Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart! One heart! One heart! One fight! 846, show no mercy. One heart! One fight! We apply the pressure. One heart! One fight! We apply the pressure. One heart! One fight! One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart! One heart! One heart! One fight! 846, show no mercy. One heart! One fight! We apply the pressure. One heart! One fight! We apply the pressure. One heart! One fight! One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Field5
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Field5 846, show no mercy. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5. One heart.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
TLFIRE. 1-0-1-5. 846, show no mercy. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5. One heart.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart. TLFIRE. 1-0-1-5. 846, show no mercy. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0-1-5.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside. A slow, short ball.
annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
TLFIRE. Run hard. 1 5 8 4 6. Show the first seat. 1 hard. 1 5. We apply the pressure. 1 hard. 1 5. We apply the pressure. 1 hard. 1 5.
One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
TLFIRE. Run hard. 1 5 8 4 6. Show the first seat. 1 hard. 1 5. We apply the pressure. 1 hard. 1 5. We apply the pressure. 1 hard. 1 5.
One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
Welcome to day 3 of the Atlanta Open here at Parma-Veras Cricket Complex for a matchup between the Atlanta Fire and the Atlanta Force All-Stars. The Fire sit at the top of the table, 3-0. The All-Stars 0-2. Let's go to Brian Walters for the pitch report.
3, 2, 1.
So let's take a look at this wicket ahead of the match between the two Atlanta franchises. It's going to be interesting. This pitch itself is very unique. It's relatively hard, very small amount of grass here, but here in the center of the wicket, there is a tremendous amount of grass. So to the southern end of the ground, very little grass. In fact, it's pretty bare. A lot of grass here. So if you're a fast bowler and you have the pace to be able to knock it in short, you might get some relief or some assistance from this part of the pitch. Now, the scores here have been somewhere around 110 to 130. So I would think the magic number, if you're batting first, is to get something in that range. The outfield itself slopes downward, exaggerated fashion from the center going toward the outer grounds. The eastern side of the ground is about 64 yards. The western side, 66. Straight boundaries are 65 each. So pretty equidistant all the way around. All in all, if you apply yourself as a batter, you should get value for your shots, but don't take any chances. You want to play straight because you might have some tricks off the pitch. Bowlers will enjoy playing on this. All in all, a good match coming up.
Well, it does look a little bit tricky out there, but on day 1 we did see a couple of good first inning scores. Let's take a look at what the captains decided at the toss.
Here at the toss, all the important people are to my right. Umpires, Conrad Rogers, Nuruddin. Captains, Sunny Patel and Sahil Charania. Sahil, you're the home team, so you will toss, yes? Okay, you will toss, Sunny, you'll call.
Right.
We do have a coin, right?
We do have a coin. This is heads. This is tails. You will spin. You will call. Your decision is immediate and final. Heads. Heads is the call. It is tails.
It is a tails. Boy, you made that decision very quickly, Sahil. Tell me why you're so eager to bowl first.
We just batted first twice, and the best thing was the second game we made a lot of improvements overall. And like when we played the Thunderbolts, we were able to get 6 wickets, and a missed chance. If not, we had the game very close. And with this young team, we're just looking to make improvements every game, every ball we play. So with the conditions, the wind blowing, I think bowling first, knowing the pitch, would hopefully turn out beneficial.
So you're at the bottom of the table, no shame in that because it's a very strong division, but what are your objectives coming into this match?
All the youngsters, they're getting their opportunities, and hopefully they make the best out of it. There's a lot of pressure to them playing against all the big names, and I'm just trying to, tell them stick to their line length, stick to their game, and hopefully they improve.
Best of luck.
Thanks, sir.
Fantastic. Mr. Sunny Patel, your thoughts? You have such a big grin on your face. Your thoughts about batting first on this wicket?
Yeah, I don't mind losing the toss. We would have batted first because the wicket looks on a very drier side and we have almost chased all the innings, so we would have liked to bat first and see how we can defend it.
So you'd have won the toss and batted first?
Yes.
That's confidence. You're at the top of the table. In some ways, it's a no-lose situation for you, but given that you're at the top of the table, what is your objective into this match?
So we'll play as a normal game. We'll love to win this game and go into the playoffs with great confidence.
And batting first, you've played a couple of games here already. What's your sense of what a good number is?
Anything close to 140 would be a very good total.
Okay. Best of luck.
Thank you.
The Atlanta Force All-Stars winning the toss, and they'll be bowling first.
Well, there you have it. The Atlanta Force All-Stars won the toss, decided to bowl. They're looking for their first win in this tournament. It's going to be a tough road against a red-hot Atlanta Fire squad. They've been batting so well. They have so much depth, and they'll kick it off with Rishi Pandey and Lahiru Malanta. Joining me is Brian Walters. Brian, what do you think?
Good morning, Nate Hayes. I think this is a perfect day to bowl first. Very chilly, windy. The pitch, let's just say, I expect to play unevenly. You saw the huge grassy area in the center and then the bare patches on either side, particularly the south side of the pitch. So the batters are going to have to apply themselves. Lahiri Malanta is a tremendous batter up front. It's going to be an interesting matchup between him and the opening fast bowler. It's going to be really tricky to see how they go. Umpire Conrad Rogers is ready. We are all in readiness, as Shah Faisal always says. First ball coming up.
Very full by Vijayaparapu. It won't make it all the way to the boundary. Just going to be the 2.
Well, I like the fact that Abhigna Vijayapurapu is bowling over the wicket. I've talked about that all week. For me, though, that ball obviously has to pitch. You don't want to bowl a full toss. Talked about the fact that there is expected to be likely movement off the surface. Well, that is completely out of the equation if you're bowling full tosses. And Lahiri Malanta will score easily off of those.
Much better there. Yeah, we see the versatility from Lahiro, and on this team, on this Atlanta Fire squad, when you look at the roster up and down, they have a lot of options here for this particular batting spot, but they also have a lot of options in the middle overs or in the middle of the order. So Lahiro it is to open, and this gives the lefty-righty partnership another full one. And you just don't want to do that when you have the aid of this surface at hand.
So yeah, that's 2 out of 3 deliveries that have been full outside the line of off stump. Lahiri Malanta taking some time to get started. Typically he's very aggressive, but again, you're helping him, as you see that wry smile on his face, you're helping him get settled by allowing 2 deliveries out of 3 to come onto the bat without using the pitch. So you want to use that pitch.
This one looks like it might have caught the leg pad there, but nicely stopped by the keeper.
It's a good piece of keeping. Now, obviously, that one, he's going to want that ball to be on off stump from over the wicket. That angle has to be created where you're going across the left-hander. A little bit too straight for Abhigna Vijayapurapu, but that length is more what you're looking for. That is perfect. Exactly in that spot. If he were to bowl 6 out of 6 balls right there to Lahiri Malanta, his captain would be happy.
Very well bowled there. You see the keeper today, Aron Chenchu. They do have a couple of options here with the gloves on this Atlanta Force All-Stars team. This one picked out the fielder, and it's taken. So for the last ball of the over, Abhigna strikes.
Well, that is a big fish. Lahiri Malanta is very dangerous at the top of the order. You could maybe say that that ball was a touch too straight. You don't ever want to be that straight to Lahiri Malanta, but early days, it's not a very big boundary. It's 65 yards. So Lahiri Malanta typically gets better bat on that one as compared to what he did on that shot. But my goodness, that frustration on his part tells you as you see him walking off of the pitch. His body language says, I could have gotten a better shot out of that ball than I actually did. So that's a big one. You strike first, taking out Lahiri Malanta, the very first, make that in fact, that's the last ball of over number 1. Might get here's a replay. Look and see exactly where this ball is. To me, it's just a little too straight. And at that length, it sits up, but Lahiri Malanta picking out the man on the boundary. Any other day, Lahiri Malanta hits that for 6, but in this occasion, he finds a deep backward square leg. So big wicket, you'll not give it back in any way if you're a Abhigna Vijayapurapu. End of over number 1, 4 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to bring Ahad Malik in the middle as Rishi Pandey sets up to take strike. And Malik has been the standout batter so far for Atlanta Fire. We saw him score, I think, 62 on this ground on Monday. You'll see him at the non-striker's crease right now. He is wearing Sonny's jersey, I think, but it is Malik off strike right now.
That's going to be Abdullah Quadri open the bowling from the northern end of the ground. Left arm pace, slanting this one into the pads, clipped away for a couple. So left arm pace, you've talked about that all week, Nate Hayes, that it's such an important part of the attack.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and you'll probably see the left arm fast bowlers bowling from that north end. A little bit of a tricky run up from the south end, so you can expect Abdullah bowling from this spot. Rishi Pandey struggled a little bit in this tournament after having a sensational Super 8s tournament where he filled in nicely for Stephen Taylor at the top of the order, helping to guide the Fire all the way to the final.
Oh, yes. That I like. It's signaled as the one short ball for the over. You see umpire Nuruddin indicating as such, but look at this. Look at this delivery. Good pace to delivery. And that line for me is perfect. And you see a little bit of away movement off of the pitch. The idea there, use the pitch. You have to use the pitch. Full tosses will not work. But that type of the delivery, you want that from your big fast bowler all day.
Well, this one only almost gets through.
I'll tell you what. There's not much difference in length between those two balls, and that stayed low. Absolutely. Good piece of batting to keep it down, to keep it away from the furniture. Look at that. If that had missed the bat by another inch, that crashes into the stumps. So it's a really good piece of batting. As a bowler, you use the conditions. That's what we're talking about.
Good thing Pandey's got those quick hands.
Yes. Whew.
This one's going to be a no ball. And we'll get a free hit here with Rishi Pandey. And that one was definitely high. The first one I was curious about. We got a nice replay and they slowed down just a tad so I could see that it wasn't. But this one definitely went too high.
So let's talk about why that's a no ball. You're allowed one short ball per over, one bouncer above shoulder height. The very first one, the perfect bouncer that I saw that we talked about earlier, that's the one. So he bowls the second one here. Had it not been a no ball, it would have also been a wide. But this is a free hit.
Make sure you'll just place that for the one. So minimal damage on the no ball.
For me, and this is the first, admittedly, that I've seen Abdullah Quadri bowl. You know, I have a soft spot in my heart for left-arm fast bowlers. He has a decent amount of pace. And one thing, see if you are seeing what I see here. Just the first few initial steps of his run-up. Do you know who he reminds me of? Jasprit Bumrah. Look at the first couple of steps before he gets into his delivery stride. It is a bit of a hesitation, almost jerky sort of action, and just a little bit of, it's like a left-handed Jasprit Bumrah, if you will.
Well, if you're going to emulate somebody,
you can do worse than Jasprit Bumrah. Yes. Look at this. Just there, before he gets into the delivery stride. What a great delivery! Absolutely brilliant. This is the first time that he's bowling now to the left-handed Ahid Malik. So there's a lot to work with here with Abdullah Quadri. Truly brilliant bowler just from the several deliveries that I've seen.
Well, one ball to go on the over. Fire a measured start right now. 8 with a loss of 1. Oh, how did that miss? Oh my goodness.
Well, you know he has a short ball. He also has the Yorker. Full credit to Ahid Malik to keep this one away from the stumps. First of all, by playing the ball in the first place, and then the ricochet that trickles on. This is good camera work. Look at the zoomed in shot here. Look how this ball trickles, just missing leg stump. Well played here, but look at that. another coat of varnish, and that is the end of Ahad Malik. End up over number 2, 8 for 1.
Unbelievable that. That was great getting that chance to see that slowed down and all the suspense revisited. Ooh, my goodness.
What a brilliant first over from Abdullah Quadri. And they're each over, the first 2 overs, each yielded 4 runs. Even though Abhignav Vijaypurapu took the wicket of Lahiro Malantha, I'm actually more impressed with the over that was bowled by Abdullah Quadri.
Well bowled by Abinga.
Yeah, so this definitely is a much better start. Remember in the first over, 2 out of the first 3 balls were full tosses. This one is in the channel just outside the line of off stump. That's what you want.
Well, 6 of those 8 runs came from those, 4 of those 8 runs came from those 2 full tosses within the first 3 balls of the innings. And Pandey shuffles across. He's looking to see if they're going to give it wide, but it won't be.
So, on balance, it feels like the bowlers, after having a bit of a rocky start, have found their lines and their lengths. Maybe you slap the wrists of Abdullah Quadri for having bowled that no ball. It was the second bouncer in the over. But apart from that, the bowling in the last 8 or so deliveries has been spot on.
Well, there's a pretty big edge. We've got the 1 slip in play there, and a roll all the way for 4. Just fine a third.
Genuine outside edge. Had there been a gully, that would have been to him at chest height. Look at this. And again, good work. That is chest height to gully if he's in position. You don't have gully in this spot, so it goes away for 4. A moral victory to Abhignav Vijaypurapu. Anytime you're testing the edges of the batter's bats, that's what you want.
Yeah, just more of that, his captain will tell him. We have our first boundary. Oh, just out of the reach of Chenchu.
So this will look worse on this over will look worse on the scorecard than it does live. That second, or the first one would have gone straight to gully had there been one. This is a fine edge that is just out of the reach of Aaron Chenchu behind the stumps. Definitely off the edge, and definitely 4 runs here. This is a good look at it. Thick edge, boy, just flying away. This time, had there been a first slip, he would have taken that. With the ball moving this early, Nate Hayes, I don't know that I don't take at least one more man and put him in that slips cordon, because it's flying in that direction.
And that one very full and just easily played for the single. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if you have a Christopher Van Tol back there, the tall wicketkeeper.
I was thinking about that. I was going to think of his name. I would have said it. I just couldn't remember his name.
I think he would have reached that, but it was tough for anybody else.
Wow. This is really good fast bowling. Again, full credit to both of these opening bowlers for having the discipline to get the balls in the right areas, and you've seen evidence of it, and definitely in this over so far from Abhignav Vijaypurapu.
This one flicked well in control there by Malik, and that ends the over. 10 runs, but that doesn't tell the story of the over. 18 with a loss of 1 after 3.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
I was made for this. Yeah, I was made for this.
we are again. Malik on strike.
Oh. Put me back in, about 1995, Nate Hayes. I mark off the long run. I'm coming in off the 30-yard mark. This is me, right here. This is how I visualized myself 30 years ago.
Well, there we go.
This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And you mentioned it earlier. The slope up toward the stumps is a little bit tricky, but he's handling it perfectly well.
It's tricky from either side, but especially so from the south end. Now, Atlanta Fire, as they told you, as Sonny told you, they wanted to bat first. But you think they might be reconsidering that right now?
Okay, how to put this? It's easier to say that after you've lost the toss and we're inserted to bat.
Exactly, yeah. It's inconsequential. You can say whatever you want. Very safe question.
Yes. Oh, this is so good. So good. Hits the bat very hard, Abdullah Quadri. I am exceptionally impressed with him. Early days yet, but my goodness, he really does look the part. Abdullah Quadri, of course, the second leading bowler in the side. 2 wickets for 31. I don't think that tells the full story of his impact. Economy rate of 7.75 and an average of 15.5. So takes a wicket around every 16 runs that he concedes. But just to the naked eye, he looks like a much more impactful bowler than those figures would suggest.
Those are still very good figures.
Yes, they are.
These two in the middle had the single last time. They're going to need rotate strike. And they're usually very good at that as we get a wide, and Chunchu supermans it.
Brilliant piece of keeping. Not very tall. What's the tall keeper's name?
Christopher Van Tol.
Christopher Van Tol.
We can call him Christopher Van Tol.
That was a half volley on your pads, Nate Hayes. You smashed it away to the fence for 4. Very well done, sir. Christopher Van Tol.
Oh, that's going to fly away for 4. A little luck there.
Little luck indeed. Not in control of that. I'm pretty sure that did not go where Rishi Pandey was trying to play it. Let's see on this replay again. Climbing on him. What a great delivery. If anything, the criticism would be that it was a little too straight. If that ball is on off stumps, snaking back into him, that's probably taking the glove and going to the keeper. In this occasion, it's a little bit too straight, and so it goes fine. But still, for me, really good hostile bowling.
Very good stuff. And once again, just out of Chenchu's reach. Somebody wants us to talk about Christopher Van Tol again. Ooh, well, he's getting some work back there, isn't he? Well taken.
So the second wide in the over. This time, all the criticism that I've been, or all the praise that I've been giving Mr. Quadri has apparently gone to his head because he fires this one down the leg side. But the tools are there. The pace is there. Look at the middle of your screen, that big green patch. If it pitches on the edge of that green patch closest to the batter, that's where the danger area is for Rishi Pandey. Right there.
Ooh.
I want to see that replay again because that is the area that is going to cause trouble to the right-handed batter. Look where this ball pitches. That area, and look at that angle across the right-hander. You have pace, you have bounce. That is everything that you need from your opening fast bowler.
You saw the grimace on his face as he released it too. It's very satisfying, isn't it?
Yes. Indeed.
Goes Fuller there to end with the dot ball. So we've seen some trouble, some threats here, but Atlanta Fire are 25 with the loss of 1 after 4.
Really high quality bowling. Both of these bowlers. Overall economy rate for the innings is 6.25. Remember earlier we talked about the fact that somewhere the magic number is around 120, 130. As of right now, the projection based on the scoring rate of 6.25 is 125. So that's right in the middle of that range. You expect the Atlanta Fire to accelerate. Yes, you can't bowl every over Abdullah Quadri. So at some point, maybe the scoring will get a little bit easier as this pair stays there for longer. 8 and over might get them to around the 153 mark. Maybe that's around where you'd be looking. I think that's what Sunit Patel suggested at the toss as well.
It's going very fine. Won't make it all the way. Just a 2 as Vijaparapu continues.
Yeah, so a little bit too straight. Going in at the legs. Once again, the line or the line of attack from over the wicket is the right one to the left-hander, but the ball has to be outside the line of off stump. This one toward the pads and just worked away into that fine leg area. Very fine of the fielder, short fine leg for a couple.
What a delivery there.
There's your line. That is the line that you want to the left-hander from over the wicket, creating that angle. I may have to make a t-shirt that says creating that angle, because I've said it probably 100 times this week. Look at this line going across the left-hander, and that is where you induce the shot, maybe the less than convincing shot outside the line of off stump. That's where you want to be. That, to me, is evidence of pressure building up. You're running down the track, trying to take the fast bowler over square leg. That, to me, says you're dissatisfied with where you are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the pressure that he's feeling on his own self more so than the scoreboard pressure for the team, because you have to think they're in a decent position right now, especially considering what we've seen out there to only have 1 loss and to be at 27 runs at this phase. Straight, not straight enough, and it's going to land safely. He doesn't get very much of that at all. Oof, we had a little bit of a race there at the keeper's end.
I did not think that was 2 runs off the bat. And I'll tell you what, a better throw has Ahad Malik by 2 yards. The throw bounces here. He's not even starting to slide the bat just yet. And to me, because of the fact that there's that exaggerated slope for the pitch, the ball hits that slope. If that carries straight into the gloves of Aryan Chenchu, that to me is a run out.
Yeah, these two love to try to find 2 runs, especially Malik. He does love to run. Up in the air. Long way to run. It's going to fall safely. But once again, asking questions.
Yes, and nothing convincing about that shot. Ball spooning in the air, lands in no man's land, luckily for Ahad Malik, but there was no control over that shot at all. Just spooned in the air, and you see exactly what we see here. But my goodness, the bowling for me is exactly what you'd want in this opening burst.
We saw him run 2 off of 1 that should have been 1. Part of that was a little bit of a lackadaisical job by the fielder running to pick the ball up. I think just counting on the fact that it was 1. But you got to know better with these 2 in the middle. It was Saharsh Swathan, I believe, over there at mid off. He's a wicket keeper as well. This one gets through.
That is the end of over number 5. Really good start. And I'll tell you what, the bowlers are doing exactly what you want. End of 5, 30 for 1.
And we'll see Abdullah continue, and why not?
When you're making the ball talk, when you are delivering a high quality pace, your captain wants to keep you on. And yes, you only have 4 overs to bowl. I absolutely would be in favor of him bowling a third here. Maybe you keep back one of his overs, his last over for the death, but fully in favor of him continuing here.
This one fuller but wide. Yeah, there's a lot of aggression in Abdullah's face as he releases the ball. I'm enjoying this.
There is always place in a cricket match, regardless of format, for good, high-quality fast bowling. And to me, even though that one was wide, Abdullah Quadri going for 5.5 and over, but my goodness, this is just really good, high-quality fast bowling to me. Well, he hasn't given much to Ahad Malik to drive. This is one that is drivable. You get a single on the offside, but just 4 balls remaining in the power play here. And you're only 32 runs to the good. Yes, it's a long innings. Yes, you have the ability to accelerate later on, especially with the batting lineup that you have with the Atlanta Fire. But the first several overs, I think, have gone in the direction of the Atlanta Force All-Stars.
That one was swinging in well.
Great Yorker.
So we get a look at what he can do when he lets the ball go fuller, how much movement he gets late.
This is an in-swinging Yorker, just what you want from the left-hander over the wicket. And I tell you what, this is also very well played. Look at this delivery. Talked about the fact that that area, that grassy area, delivers bounce. Well, this is an in-swinging Yorker. You cannot bowl a better toe crusher than that. And excellent batting by Rishi Pandey to get the bat just simultaneously getting the bat down and his toes out of the way.
This one gets through Chenchu. They're going to get 2 out of it pretty easily. Yeah, Kadri showing on that prior delivery just how many weapons that he has.
Yep. Clipping the pad and running down to fine leg. If you had to offer a criticism of Abdullah Quadri, to the right-hander he's been a little straight. You want to be consistently outside the line of off stump, especially with the ball curling back in. And those last couple of deliveries have been a little straighter than you'd like.
Up in the air, but it's going to get away from the ring. These two just run so well that was an easy 2. But Pandey, moving along here, has escaped death a couple of times.
Nothing convincing about the shots. I'll tell you that with Rishi Pandey, 18 from 17, living a bit of a charmed life. Partnership between these two now worth 32. So they're getting runs. You're getting off to, if not the most convincing of shots, the most convincing of starts, you're at least there. You're batting together well.
This will be a wide. Two balls to go here in the power play and in Abdullah's 3rd over. And look at the score now, 37 with a loss of 1. You have to feel like the Fire have gotten some good bounces so far.
They have. And again, Sonny Patel would have wanted, and he said 150-ish. 150-ish is not very far away from where you are now. 8 and over from this point gets you to 149.
Really well played there by Rishi. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't push for 2 there. As much as these two like to run, as soon as you see the backs of the fielders, I think they have to be thinking 2 every time.
Well, it's such an important part of the game. With the pitch playing some tricks, the opportunity to pick up singles and to turn singles into 2s, assuming that you can sprint from one end of the pitch to the other. That's certainly a part of the game that you want to be able to take advantage of, because scoring is not easy on this pitch, and in a vacuum, scoring on this pitch is not easy, and then with good high quality bowling, have not been able to get out to the fast start that they would have wanted.
See what the length is here against the lefty. You see the green patch a little bit closer to the batter on this end for the lefty.
Wow, brilliant.
Nicely bowled there. That ends the power play, 38 with a loss of 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
And let's see what we go to with the first ball of the middle overs following a power play that ended up somehow a little bit in Atlanta Fire's favor in spite of some very good fast bowling.
If we're talking actual victories versus moral victories, actual victories, that statement is correct. Moral victories completely in favor of the Atlanta Force All-Stars. The fast bowlers have been very, very effective. 8 runs have been through the slip cordon any other day that would have found fielders, and they've been very hostile, particularly Abdullah Quadri. For me, that's the type of bowling that you want to see from this young team. And again, they're at the bottom of the table. They've not won any games in this tournament so far. You cannot tell that based on the fact of the way that these bowlers have performed so far.
Yeah, so you have a glass half full, half empty type of situation here where your players have performed well and just haven't gotten the reward for it. This is where I think the captain comes into play a lot, Sahil Charani, as far as how you look at that. When he talked at the toss about how important it was for them to guide the youngsters and how this is very much about developing the young players for him. You have to make sure that it remains a moral victory for your young fast bowlers and that they are not frustrated or disappointed.
That's exactly right. And Sahil Charani, a little bit older than many of the youngsters on his team. A lot of U21 players on the team. Sahil Charani himself is about 30 years old, so a little bit more mature. And I'm glad that he said that his objective is to make sure that you highlight the youngsters on the team. That, to me, given the fact that you're not going to go on further in the tournament, you go into this game with your head held high, but you also promote the youngsters in any way that you can. And for me, that's a really important element of this.
You look up and down their squad, and it's definitely apparent that they're doing that. They're playing an awful lot of U21s. Paul Palmer on the bench right now. Short. Malik liked it. 4 runs.
So here, Patel, balls that one on the length that Abdullah Quadri would be happy with. But if you're not a pace bowler but a finger spinning left armer, that is way too short. And Ahad Malik only too happy to take advantage of that length to get his boundary through that mid-wicket area.
This one stays low.
I think his eyes lit up wanting to go in that direction again. Play the shot too early. Look at this. A similar length, which is to say way too short. This ball has to be much fuller, and it's also well down the leg side. Boy, that's a ball that he easily could have scored off of again. That to me is a much better length. And in fact, he switches and goes around, in fact, over the wicket now. The first couple of deliveries to the lefty were from around the wicket. Now going over the wicket to try to get that ball on the off stump. That's what you prefer to see.
He made a good stop there to hold that to just the 1 run. But the opportunism of these 2 batters in the running department ensured that it was one at least. see these left arm orthodox spinners all up and down the country as we end the 7th over 44 for 1. It's a very deep position here in the USA, this left arm orthodox.
This is an interesting graph, over by over. That third over with 10 runs, 8 of those 10 were thick edges. One could have gone very easily to gully, the other could have gone to the keeper. They both went for 4. And take that big over out, and you're looking at a completely different game. Really good bowling here for the Force All-Stars.
Yeah, cut that tower in half and put a little dot on the top.
Exactly.
It's a very different game.
Exactly. Now, do the Fire bat deep? Yes, they bat very, very deep, and they can certainly pull themselves out of trouble if they need to. So you absolutely want to take wickets. Doesn't mean that you'd necessarily be on top in the game against a very strong batting side, but you can only bowl to who's in front of you. And from that standpoint, the idea is to just bowl the deliveries in the right areas and try to put as much pressure as you can on the batting unit.
We're going to have spin now from the north end. These two are just so eager to run. They have a reputation for it, both of them. Put them together, it can be very good or very bad.
Yeah. Looks like Geet Bolisetti, I believe, who's the bowler.
I believe so.
That's exactly who that is. I certainly see what you're saying here, Nate, about these two running between the wickets. Very good understanding between the two of them. They're judging the runs very well. Earlier on, I thought they took a chance on that one that was skied toward mid-off that I didn't think should have been 2, and a more accurate throw could have had a run out. But other than that, the running between the wickets has been excellent with these two.
I think on that one, they definitely took advantage of the fact that the fielder was just lollygagging on his way over there. And kind of surprised they didn't get a shout from his captain.
Today, October 9th, 2025, the first time in history that the word lollygagging has ever been used in the context of a cricket match.
Is that true?
I just made it true.
It's true.
I spoke it into existence,
Oh,
Nate.
right. I like it. The notary public over here. Tack it on to all of your titles. Well, I'll start using it. Maybe I need a shirt that says lollygagging. You were asking me where I was this morning. How come I wasn't at the field yet?
You were lollygagging.
That's right, exactly. This over's been zipping through. We're on a final ball. And that'll be just the one. You can't take it for granted. You have to wait a second before you can say how many runs are scored with these two out there.
This is true. But that single to close over number 8 brings up the 50. 50 on the board. A little bit of a ragged start, but my goodness, the Atlanta Fire recovering just a little bit after the loss, or at least after the fast bowlers have been taken out of the attack. 50 for 1 after 8.
And here we'll continue from the south end. Around the stumps to the righty. Rishi Pandey has struggled in this tournament. Never looked like he was in form. Kind of lucky to still be in the crease right now. 23 from 25 balls. But the longer he's in there, the better for him. See how quick his hands are.
We're seeing two different types of deliveries, excuse me, from Heer Patel. The very first ball of his spell pitched on off stump and turned viciously away toward the offside, which is why you had a slip fielder in position. That was the captain, Sahil Charania. That last delivery, in other words, the first ball of his second over, was an arm ball, going on with the arm, threatening the stumps of the right-handed Rishi Pandey.
Another one short to Malik. He's bowled too short to him now, I think 3 times. Gotten away with it there.
I agree, and you only concede one, but that's one run that you don't want to concede. You want Malik to be playing that ball down the ground. You don't want him to be able to easily go back onto the back foot. Now, slip fielder back in position. Sahil Charania, watch this delivery.
Whew. Did that one take off?
Oh, you turn. You also had bounce. Look where Aaron Chenchu takes this ball, almost at his head height. It's not a very tall man, but that ball bounces and turns away from the right-handed Rishi Pandey. So good delivery, and again, that's why you have slip fielder Sahil Charania. And then as soon as I say that, he takes himself out of the slips cordon. So goes a lot square, goes to almost a gully position. So let's see what happens with this delivery.
And this one doesn't get the same amount of bounce. This Pandey's just playing all around it. Full, up in the air, not far enough to the fielder at the boundary.
That length is the one that you want. You don't want the batters going back onto the back foot to play aggressive shots. You want them to be playing down the ground. Not very big boundaries, 65 yards, so that's not, doesn't take a monster hit to clear it, but you at least prefer to be playing, or have them playing off the front foot.
Oh, that's really well struck. They had a fielder there. We wrap up the 9th over, 54 over loss of 1. Looks like Bolasetti will continue from the north end. And this is who he'll target, the lefty. There's an appeal. Umpire says no.
To play the sweep shots. Didn't quite see the line of that ball. Maybe we can pick it up here on the replays. The left-hander bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. So, I'm sorry, he's a right-hander bowling over the wicket. Make that around the wicket. On that angle, it looks like it's slanting down. So I don't think there's a whole lot in that appeal.
Yeah, Malik will be a big one to go after as he's led the team and runs this tournament. He has already got one player of the match to his name. Factored in big yesterday in the win. He'll flash at that one. But they'll just go one, and it's not going to push two. They want Pandey on strike now against this bowler. Normally they'd be pressing hard just in case there's a sniff of two. Any type of fumble, they would have come back immediately. But you can tell they want Pandey on strike here.
Pandey, I said it earlier, living a bit of a charmed life. 25 from 29, 3-4s.
Over the ring again for Pandey as he's struck a couple that have landed in very favorable areas. They'll run for two.
That's what I mean, leading a charmed life. The ball skies in the air but falls in no man's land. The closest man to that one would have been umpire at square leg, Conrad Rogers. And the fact that he was moving out of the way just for a split second made it look like he was looking to field that ball.
Well, Rishi Pandey finally gets one well. 4 runs straight down the ground. And this is the danger of letting somebody stick around for a long time.
That's exactly right. That is the end of over number 10. Look at this delivery as again, you see the replay. A lot of turn, but the length for me is a little bit too short, and that is why you want that ball to be fuller. End of over number 10. The score is 61 for 1. Gentlemen, one of the benefits for having a deep bench, you heard Nate Hayes talk about the fact that we have a deep bench for left arm spin. We also have a very deep bench for commentators. And it just so happens that Nate Hayes is here for the last time as he's going back to North Carolina today. But very happy to be able to have a person in the commentary area who's maybe just a little bit, let's call it, more experienced than Nate Hayes, at least on the cricket field. Former U19 player back in Trinidad and now ICC certified level 2 coach, Miss Chelsea Douglas, as we get into over number 11, Liam Mamchan, with the ball coming in from the south end. Good morning, Chelsea Douglas.
Good morning, Brian. I'm happy to be here with you today.
So 10 overs, 6-1 on the board. You've been watching silently. Your thoughts as you've seen a little bit of a tricky pitch and maybe some luck by both of these batters.
Yeah, it's been a tricky pitch for sure, especially with that large bit of grass in the middle there. But the bowler's been using it to their favor, keeping the Atlanta Fire to a mediocre power play situation. So that's an advantage for them, I would say.
So we talk about mediocre power play. At the end of the power play, the score was 34. And by 34, I mean 38. There's the American to Jamaican translation. There's all of that. But 38 in the power play doesn't necessarily indicate how strong a batting unit the Atlanta Fire is. So then my question to you, Chelsea, as you get through the remaining several overs of this innings, at what point does this pair go full out? Do you go full on aggressive knowing that you have a deep batting lineup, or do you keep looking for ones and twos, which they've been doing for the last several overs?
It's always good to look for ones and twos, but you're already 10.2 overs in, only lost of 1 wicket. I think now is the time to take it to the next level, at least to try to reach to a total way over 140, if you can.
Work the way into the leg side, a little bit straight. And we are here in the commentary area. Oh, look here, look, run out opportunity. Just able to get back to safe territory, if you will. We're here in the commentary area. The bowler from the south, Liam Mamchan, and there is a couple of extra eyes. One set of which is trying desperately to not look in this direction because there is, let's just say, Mrs. Nadine Mamchan is staring at the action on the field more intently than most people would be. Going down the leg side, this one, Liam Mamchan, so wide in this occasion, but my goodness. So let me ask you this, Chelsea, because you obviously have played cricket for a very long time. when you're facing a wicket that necessarily might not be as pristine as you'd like for it to be? At what point do you say, okay, let's just apply ourselves, get through the next several overs, and do you ever trust the pitch to start going for your shots regardless of what the ball might be doing off the pitch?
I think the applying yourself and getting through would have been before the 10th over and within the first 2 overs of the game, but at the end of the day you need the runs, you need to put a big score on the board, and at 10.3 here we can't be applying, we have to be getting.
So good. I think you saw some evidence of that good running between the wickets. You get for that second run. Look at this throw down toward the striker's end. Oh, he's gone by a mile with a better throw. That's good camera work there. You saw that the ball would have hammered into the gloves of the keeper, even though he not quite gotten there yet. Now just back to Liam Mamchan. Not happy with that delivery where it was signaled wide by umpire Conrad Rogers, but if you're going to miss wide, it's better to miss wide outside the line of off stump than 2 straight.
Yeah, absolutely. As a coach, I would take that any day. If you're gonna give me a wide, make sure it's on the outside, please.
Single down the ground. So this partnership is starting to grow. Partnership now worth 64. And you said something that I want to drill down on, Chelsea, because you are a coach. Maybe after the over you talk a little bit about an initiative that I know you were a part of recently, the USA blind cricket team. And so maybe after this over, which is just 1 ball left now, 68 for 1, I want you to talk about that for a little bit.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Liam Mamchan conceding 7 runs so far in his first over. Short outside the line of off stump. He'll have to re-bowl this one too. So maybe a little bit more expensive in terms of the wides than he would like. Not much off the bat, but again, you don't want to bowl additional deliveries and allowing the batting side to get free runs. So he'll know that that ball needs to be on the line of off stump. Liam Mamchan and Rishabh Pandey, who's been there for a while. 32 from 33. Skied, but catchable. And taken. That applause that you hear is not from the players on the field. It's from Nadine Mamchan because her son just took a wicket. The last ball of over number 11 is a successful one. The score is 69 for 2. Talk us through what you see here, Chelsea.
Yeah, so as he approaches the wicket here, I mean, struggling with the wide, still wide, a little wide outside there, but I think, you know, with the fact that the batter wanted to take him on, cost him his wicket at that point. But I'm happy that he was able to pull it back and get a wicket for his side, because that's what the game is about.
Fantastic. So 69 for 2 after 11. Zishan Maksud, former Omani national captain. So it does not get any easier. 2 lefties at the crease. Chelsea, USA blind cricket.
Yes, USA Blind Cricket is an initiative I've been working on. As the first Women's Blind Cricket World Cup is about to take place in India in November, and I have had the opportunity to help prepare the team to get ready for that tournament, and they will be going against the likes of Nepal, Pakistan, England, India, Australia. So it's a big tournament, 7 teams, including Sri Lanka, India, and I think it's a good way for USA cricket to take another level and making it inclusive. And yeah, the best way to make this sport grow is by getting more people involved. So as the blind cricket team prepares, we should support, and I wish them all the best and represent USA in a great light.
Such an important initiative. This is Geeth Bolisetti again to bowl his third over. None for 13. And to my understanding, most of the women on the blind cricket team have not played cricket before. Is that correct?
Absolutely true, Brian. They have not played cricket, so imagine to be playing blind cricket when you know nothing about cricket. So you got a double-edged sword there.
Cricket is a hard enough sport with perfect eyesight. I cannot imagine the difficulty involved in playing blind cricket. So maybe we'll talk some more about that later. Back to this game itself. 3 deliveries into over number 12. Geeth Bolisetti, I think, is looking really good. He's a good bowler. He's a right arm finger spinner, in other words, an off spinner, bowling to 2 left-handers. So how much of an advantage is that for him?
Yeah, well, he has the ability here to use that pitch to make his life easier and make the batters a living hell.
Wow. Went all the way to hell, didn't we? Wow. I mean, I did not expect purgatory and the afterlife to come up in this conversation, but here we are. So 70 runs on the board. You've heard the expression before that if you want to know where the first innings total will be, double the score after 12 overs. With 1 ball remaining here in over number 12, the score is 70 for 2. So does 140 sound like about where you'd end up?
Well, I think Sunny Patel will be happy with that.
Into the deep. That's actually a really, really brilliant strike. Effortless strike. I didn't realize he hit it that well. Went all the way over extra cover for 6.
That was smooth sailing. Straight over the ropes. 6 runs.
Now there's a little bit of wind picking up coming in from the southeast, so that would have helped the ball go in that direction. But a brilliant shot nonetheless. 76 for 2 after 12. So, brilliant strike, the first 6 of the innings, effortless strike over that extra cover region. And I said earlier, in fact, I said at the end of the over, that the wind picking up, taking that ball from the southeast of us. In other words, as you look at your screen, the wind, well, can't tell you right now, I'll tell you in just a second, from your bottom right to the top left. That's where the wind is coming from. So that would have helped the ball go in that direction. Lim Amchan now back into the attack, bowling his second over. And he has the double teapot as his punished again. That's the 4th wide that he's bowled. Look at this replay, Chelsea. Let me see. What do you think about this? Is this a wide or not?
In my opinion, absolutely not.
Nadine Mamchan just became Chelsea Douglas's best friend. So it's a little bit tricky to tell, and that camera angle has the non-striker directly in the way of when the ball would have passed the batter. Clean them up! Nothing about that one is wide. Back or the top of off stump, knocked back. 3rd wicket down, 77 for 3.
Well, I guess Liam decided that he will take matters into his own hands, and no question that that's not on wide. Straight on the wickets. See you later.
So outside the line of off stump is a generally, as we talked about earlier, better place to miss wide. If you're missing wide, miss wide out there. But for me, what is consistent, sometimes if you have a bowler who is struggling to find the right line, he might switch and go around the wicket. I don't like that. I like for you to keep doing what you're doing, stay over the wicket. That's a better angle to the left-hander, and again, getting the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, because the delivery before this one, I mean, it was adjudged a little, not in favor to the bowler, but he troubleshooted well and decided I don't need the umpire's opinion for this delivery.
So take the umpire's decision out of it.
Out of it, straight on the wicket. No question.
Absolutely brilliant. So that is the end of Ahad Malik. He had a good innings while he was there. 24 from 31 balls, 1 4 and 2 sixes. Zishan Maksud, 6 from 3. That 6 is the last ball of the previous over that went over extra cover. But a full head of steam here, Liam Mamchan. And with the new batter, Viraj Vagela, I think this is going to be the quickest ball that you've seen Liam Mamchan bowl all day. Nothing better for a fast bowler than having taken a wicket. That tends to have the adrenaline flowing. And I will say this, the field that is being set, long on, back on the boundary, deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. And he's fired up here, Liam Mamchan. Oh, great ball, that one.
Yeah. He has just gotten his chest lifted a little higher with that wicket, making it 2 wickets so far in the match. So he is coming for the fire. He is ready to out the flames for sure.
That is an excellent ball, right in the right channel, just on the 4th stump line and lifting. That's the type of delivery that is, if you just want to bend down on your hands and knees and pray for deliveries, those are the ones you're looking for. Played into the outfield here for a single. So off the mark is Viraj Vagela.
Yeah, a better second over for Liam thus far.
So we got through 12 overs. Talked about the fact that probably 140-ish is where you might end up. This team bats very deep. Zishan Maksud is a former international player, still a young man, about 36 years old, I believe. But what is his role, Zishan Maksud? Lefty at the crease, can hit powerfully, but also experience. What are you expecting from him?
I mean, play his game, you know. You have to play a game. The objective is to put runs on that scoreboard. And knowing that this team bats so deeply, go with your usual aggressive self and get the runs on the table.
So, by the way, that was an appeal for leg before wickets. Didn't exactly judge, meaning I didn't exactly judge the height of that delivery. But Zishan Maksud was down on his knees looking to play that pickup shot. I think that might have hit him almost like in the chest or maybe the chest guard area. But of course, you can still be giving out LBW even if the ball hits you there. No single here, so a really good second over.
By Liam. Much better ball. I think Liam is really trying to bring back the pressure again to Atlanta Fire, having them had the 6 previously, taking these 2 quick wickets here continually.
Take a look at that previous ball again. That's the LBW shot. That actually hit him on the elbow, it looks like. Wrapped on the pad. Umpire Conrad Rogers is not interested in the appeal. A really good over by Liam Mamchan. Had the 1 wide, but 1 wicket and only 3 runs conceded. So really good stuff for the young Trinidadian fast bowler. A lot of Trinidadians in the place today for some reason. 79, make that 80 for 3 after 13. I'm probably going to get myself in trouble before this day is over. I can feel it already. So 80 for 3, Chelsea. You have 7 overs remaining, 3 wickets down. This partnership is just now starting to get underway, but at what point do you just go hell for leather and say somebody like Jamar Hamilton, just come in and throw your bat? Or maybe at the fall of the next wickets, I'm assuming it would be somebody like a Jamar Hamilton to come in next. Maybe even Sonny Patel himself, who can bat well. Don't know that Stephen Taylor is in the side today. I think that he is. Somebody like him would also be able to come in and throw his bat. how do you gauge when to press the foot on the gas from here?
With 13 overs in and a 6.6 run rate, you're not where you need to be to take the Atlanta Force out of the game yet. So you want to push yourself and try to bring up that run rate, head into more of a 9 runs per over, which would get you close to like 143, 145. Even if you get to 10 runs and over, that's 150 and counting. So it's best, there's no time like the present with only 6.4 overs left to not press the metal and get the runs soaring over the boundary line.
Good over so far here, being bowled by Vic Dixit. 2 runs conceded from the first 3 balls. And from your perspective here as a bowling unit, yes, the pitch has showed some tricks and a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is with Viraj Vagela. The umpires are coming in, obviously going to want to have the game moving, but also wanting to make sure that if you're injured, you're going to need for them to be, taken care of. Want to make sure that everybody who is on the field of play is in safe conditions at all times.
It looks like a little bit of spray is needed at this point in time.
Magic spray does wonders. So maybe it'll be a good time to look at the standings. We talked about the fact that this essentially is a top versus bottom clash. Atlanta Fire 3 wins, no losses, 6 points, so clearly at the top of the table. Atlanta Force All-Stars are at the opposite end of this table. No wins, 2 losses. But their 2 losses to me have been relatively, I think you could argue that their bowling is ahead of their batting. And I don't know necessarily that they have a lot to hang their heads about. They're all young, and with the exception of the captain, of course. But to the extent that you can keep building on the performance here, then that's what you're going to want. Now, this is a concern. It appears as though Viraj Vagela is walking off of the pitch. Don't know exactly what the issue is, and we are not doctors, so we won't speculate, but it appears as though, at least for the moment, he may be retiring, and in fact the scoreboard just updated, retired hurt.
Yeah, he did get a lash on his shoulder there, so I think it seems like it's a little bit too much to bear at the moment, and he may need to have some treatment. Yeah, but coming back to this young team here, Atlanta Force, they are giving a better showing today compared to yesterday. They struggled a little bit with the ball, but today they seem to be taking the game in control, keeping the effervescent Atlanta Fire at quiet pace right now compared to what they are capable of. I would say that this is a much better game for them thus far.
So October 9th, 2025 sees the debut of 2 new words at a cricket match. Effervescent. Definitely the first time that word has ever been used in the context of cricket. I guarantee that that's the case. In the air, boy, that's just out of reach of Liam Mamchan. They scramble through for a single. The new batter is Kaushal Patel, and immediately off the mark of the single.
Effervescent.
That was shall we say, an effervescent shot, Chelsea Douglas. 83 for 3, 4 delivers into over number 14. So are you going to, does the fall of, not necessarily the fall of the wicket, but the new batter, does the presence of a new batter at the crease change your thinking at all in terms of when you need to be aggressive?
Well, with just, as we said, it's about getting the runs on the table. You have only 3 wickets lost at the moment. You still have, yes, 6.2 overs left. I mean, someone in the dugout had to mention the possibility of advancing the score. So I would think the new batter will come out with the mindset that he needs to go from ball one and get some more runs on the board, because they need to bring this target up. Right now, the advantage is swaying on the Atlanta Force's end of the scale. So.
Well, that is the end of over number 14. 85 for 3 it is after 14. So since I'm surrounded by Trinidadians, as we see the Group 8 points table that we're talking about, Atlanta Fire top of the table, Atlanta Force All-Stars at the bottom, but they won't hang their heads about that. Started saying, since we're surrounded by Trinidadians, I have to bring this up. End of the day, 1999, day 4, West Indies versus Australia. Brian Lara not out overnight. The overnight score was 85 for 3. You all know what happened on day 5. Oh my goodness, there's literally nobody who's responding. It's the best test match that's ever been played in history. West Indies defeat Australia by 1 wicket. Brian Lara 153 not out.
Yes.
Going down the leg side, an old bugaboo comes back to bite Liam Mamchan. I don't like the fact that I saw just blank stares coming from this side of the room. Miss Nadeem Mamchan, do I need to launch a formal complaint at the fact that you did not know the answer to that question?
Well, when you're talking about the great Brian Lara, we can't just...
That's exactly why I had to bring it up.
One thing that he's done so well. He has done many. And we could, and us Trinidadians couldn't choose which one. You know, at that point in time. But thanks for reminding us, Brian.
He thought he broke another record. It's something about the name Brian is what I'm thinking. It's the name Brian. It's the name Brian. Really? That's exactly what it is. So 2 delivers into...
I don't know much Brian's. Only... I'm sure I know one so far. One famous one. Left-handed batter. From Trinidad and Tobago, actually.
Just out of curiosity, back in the days of the Houston Cricket League, there was a guy who opened the bowling, left arm quick, didn't open the batting, came into bat around number 5, number 6 as a left-hander. You may have heard of him.
Was he also named Brian?
His name was also Brian.
Okay.
He also happens to be seated right next to you. Boy, we have a lot of comedians here. 87 for 3. I almost said Nadeem Mamchan about to bowl. Liam Mamchan about to bowl. This is outside the line of off stump there. Kind of a half-hearted appeal not given, but in all seriousness, getting back to this game.
Yeah.
The last several overs, I think even points if you want to think of it as a boxing match between the two teams. But where do you go now? 87 runs on the board. That's not necessarily a very overpowering score, but with the firepower that you have, you can always accelerate from here.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of your deep batting. You have to take advantage of... But most good credit to the Atlanta Force. We can't take that out of context because they are really, really doing a great job keeping the Atlanta Fire just a small flame right now. So with that being said, as much as Atlanta Fire knows that they have the deep batting, they are not really getting the ball where they want it to go, and that's due to the fact that Atlanta Force is on top right now.
Well, on top, so that certainly puts you in an advantageous position. Slower delivery, launched, and that's going to go for 6.
6 over the boundary, hit by Kushal. That's what they need. That's more of that from Atlanta Fire.
So choosing to go for the slower delivery here, Liam Mamchan definitely pays off. kind of rolled his fingers almost like an off spinner would, but he left it, I think, too full, right in the slot. You either pull the length back on that one a little bit, or you get it all the way up into the block hole. That was sort of in between the two, and those, even with the wind coming from that direction, those are the ones that typically go out of the park.
You would need to take more advantage of that grassy area. Really pound it in there and really challenge the batter a little more.
So a bit of an expensive over. 11 runs from it so far with 1 remaining here. 96 runs on the board. Partnership effectively for the 4th wicket is maybe just a little bit less than what you'd like for it to be. 8 runs, but that doesn't say much. I think the 2nd wicket partnership was a pretty big one. In fact, I misspoke. The current partnership is 19. 8th wicket, or the 2nd wicket partnership was 65. That was a big one. Zishan Maksud is a very dangerous player, though, so look for him to accelerate here as he gets toward the back end of the innings. 12 runs coming from over number 15. 97 for 3. Five overs coming up, 97 runs on the board.
Yeah, Atlanta Fire would have to make this last 5 overs a power play situation for them.
Okay, how many runs and over are you looking for the Atlanta Fire, and what kind of score might they get to, given the runs from per over that you're looking for from them?
I think they need to target a minimum of 8 to 9 runs for the over. They have to push at least to get at least 1 boundary in each over to help their score to climb over 140.
So 8 and over gets you to 1 after that single. 8 and over gets you to 137. 10 and over gets you to 146. Is 10 and over doable?
We would think from Atlanta 5 because they are a great batting side, you know. 10 should be easy for them, but as I say, Atlanta Force has their number thus far, keeping them to, they haven't made their 100 century yet, you know. Well, 15.1 over.
That 4 just brought up the 100, so tossed up from around the wicket and over the top. Bit of a strange looking shot there. Not sure exactly whether or not Kaushal Patel might have just experienced a bit of an injury, but the shot itself was true, clearing the covers and getting it over that extra cover area for 4. So 100 is on the board. 102 for 3, halfway through over number 16. Oh, similar type of shot. This one landing just short of cover.
Yes, so this is not the normal play for Atlanta Fire, bringing up the 100, taking 15 overs to do it. So they really have to dig deep now and really go for it. Somebody have to commit to say, listen, I'm gonna see these next, take on 1 bowler, like find who that person is and just go for it.
Well, might that 1 bowler be Avik Dixit, because Zishan Maksud has just taken him down the ground for 4.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. 2 boundaries already in the over here. If he can get a next one with the last ball, that will help his team greatly to bring that score up closer to the target of 140, as Sunny Patel said during the toss.
Better deliver there. And so you've gotten to the end of over number 16. 107 on the board. You're comfortable with where you are, but still work to do. 107 for 3. So 107 for 3. Last 4 overs coming up. It's going to be the captain who brings himself into the attack. Sahil Charania.
So after that last over, that brought up the run rate greatly there, showing that 7.1 so far, which can, if they continue along this line, can go to about 136 or so. So closer to that target, I think, is the goal. But they have the opportunity still to push it over. So let's see what happens here now.
Sahil Charania, medium pacer, the senior member of the side. Oh, got some bounce in that one. And it is going to be judged as the one short delivery for the over. And Sahil Charania is not happy, having a conversation with the square leg umpire Nuruddin. Sahil Charania will know that the umpire's decisions are not up for debate. His job is essentially to go bowl the next ball. And I hate to be blunt, the arguments with the umpire is not a thing in cricket, so his job again is just to go bowl. Appeal and gone. My goodness, Sahil Charania has just taken a wicket, but his beef is still with the square leg umpire about that short delivery call. So in fact, I will ask you, Chelsea, how difficult is it as a player to forget about the decision from the umpire, whatever it is, put it out of your mind and move on to the next delivery?
Well, as an athlete, we would want you to not make it too difficult, but as a human being, you would be thinking about it for sure. But as an athlete, you have to snap back and focus on the next delivery and keep it moving. You know, that's how the game goes. Complaining or with the umpire is not going to help the process of moving on. So at least he was able to pick up a wicket. So we go from here. Just focus on that aspect.
I certainly agree with all of that. And the next thing I would say on top of all that is, as a cricketer, cricket is a different game. And you don't get to argue with the umpire, and you don't get to remonstrate and in any way express displeasure with what you've seen from the umpire. In addition, as captain, your job is to set the example, especially with a bunch of young players. So if the young players see their captain arguing with the umpire and trying to essentially express displeasure at the decision, that to me rolls off of, it rolls downhill. And then you have the young players thinking that that's in some way okay, and very frankly it's not. So a very long way of saying that this is a sport that does not tolerate dissent very easily, and it's one that should not tolerate dissent. It's the ultimate gentleman's game, and I will now get off of my soapbox. New batter in, Jamar Hamilton. Look out for the parking lot cars. Work down the leg side. Should just be one. Jamar Hamilton, wicketkeeper batter. Don't know if he'll be behind the stumps today. In fact, he'll probably be in the field with Lahiru Milanta in the side. You've seen Jamar Hamilton. What are your thoughts on him as a batter?
Yeah, he's a force. He's a power hitter. And maybe that wicket that Sahil took might end up being a disadvantage for Atlanta Force, because bringing in Jamar could be really not what they would have wanted. So let's see how it goes. Who wins this one?
Zishan Maksud, 14 from 9. Oh, tell you what, played back past the bowler who deflected it, almost trickled back onto the stumps. I'm going to go way old for you now. I'm easily the oldest one sitting here. I will say, well, maybe you might be in the running, but if you get Desmond Haynes or Gordon Greenwich out, Viv Richards is coming in next. That's going to go away for 4 as Zishan Maksud helps himself to a ball down the leg side. So you used to say, as destructive as Haynes and Greenwich are, you want them to stay at the crease because you don't want what's coming next. And so it might have been the type of situation earlier where you just missed the batter. Yes, you've gotten through the batter. You'll always take the wicket. But the man who's coming in is way more destructive than the one who was at the wicket who just got dismissed.
You're spot on, Brian. And that might be the case with Jamar.
Oh, so he's gotten the line wrong. I tell you what, though, this may have just flicked off of Zishan Maksud. He himself is not happy. He wants a wide. And I can tell you, both the bowler and the batter are upset with the umpire in this over. Let's see if we can pick anything up on this replay. What do you see?
For some reason, I thought maybe in real time, the umpire thought it went over the wicket with that one.
I was about to say, because Zishan Maksud moved over to the offside, so that may just have gone over the top of leg stump. So, in retrospect, good umpiring on that occasion. And umpiring is a tough job, believe me. But it means that in the 18th over, which is now coming up, score is 112 for 4.
Yeah, so now we see new bowler on coming in here to bowl this 18th over to Jamar Hamilton.
Oh, you saw him earlier. Exciting young fast bowler for me. Abdullah Quadri. Bowled 3 overs of hostile pace. Left arm, quick. Now coming in to bowl his last over.
Yeah, he has really bowled good 3 overs thus far. So saving him here for this last one down in the 18th over seems like it could be something worth keeping the Atlanta Fire at the same rate. So let's see how well he does.
The decision to bring him on in over number 18 versus 19 or 20, given that you only have 1 over to spend of his bowling, what do you think about that? My default position is to say I'd either want him to bowl number 19 or number 20. What do you think?
18 is good. 18 is still good, you know, because you still want to keep the pressure. Keep the pressure and force them to do more at the last 2 overs. Force them. But at 18 here, he might pick up Jamar in this process. So the destruction might be evaded for the last 2 overs.
Oh, good pace to deliver that one. Sailing past the outside edge. Zishan Maksud, who is now 14 from 14, make the 14 from 13. Been there for a while, but look at this delivery again. Talk me through what you see here.
Spot on. Good line. Using that area that we spoke about on the pitch. Ponging it in there. And Zishan really wasn't playing the correct line in that instance. So
wrapped on the pad. This is close and given. Well, you didn't get Jamar Hamilton, but you got the former Oman captain, Zishan Maksud, full and straight. That is the Yorker that you want. 113 for 5.
Definitely, I'm sure what the captain wanted when he brought back Quadri back to dead on target. Somebody bring the ice because that heel look like it's gonna get swollen real quick. So this is, I'm sure this looks like what the Atlanta Force was hoping for when they brought back their star bowler for this 18th over. Back again, bringing the pressure to Atlanta Fire with this loss of that last wicket.
To quote the great, since we're talking 1970s West Indies cricket, to quote the great Jeffrey Dujan, a man fixing his pipes could not be plumber than that. It's a horrible pun. It would be a horrible pun, but it's accurate.
Only Brian Walters to know what Jeffrey Dujon said in that situation. Love it.
Well, the new batter is going to be in. Oh, here is somebody who we've not seen personally this week with the bat. Seen him with the ball, appearing here with the bat. Shadley Van Skalkvik.
Yes.
He's a right arm pace bowler, but he's a left-handed power hitter. This is a high stakes matchup. Solid in defense. That ball was bang on target.
Absolutely. Abdullah is out to win it today, I can tell, because that ball was right up on target. Still bringing the fire in the 18th over. What can Atlanta Fire do to counteract him right now?
I'm going to ask you to answer your own question. What can Atlanta Fire do to counteract Abdullah Quadri? Or do you
Thank
need
goodness that the over is finished. That's it. Because they had no answers for his 4 overs today. So he's done. Maybe they can do something different.
End of over number 18, 11345. $113 for 5. Shadley Van Skalkvik just to the crease. Look at that over. Dot one dot wicket dot dot. Excellent bowling.
Excellent bowling. Wow. What a way to finish up for your team. 18th over. Now we have the captain coming back into attack. I hope he would take some time to adjust his line, because in the last over he was straying a little much towards the leg side and being a little too short, but he was able to pick up a wicket, so I'm sure he would like to do the same again here.
Oh, you've seen bounce and pace. Take a look at Sahil Charania. This time, after the one short ball for the over has been signaled, he simply turns and goes back to his mark. That's what I'd prefer to see from him.
Yeah. A short ball going over the shoulder of Hamilton there. Hamilton wasn't even knowing what to do in that situation, I would say.
That did not go where he was looking to play it. Good slower delivery to it. It's going to run down to deep third. Good work down there. I think they may just have pulled back 2 runs.
Yes, well done by Quadri, stopping it from going over the boundary line. I mean, Jamal needs to connect sometime soon, because there's only basically 10 more balls left in the innings. So it's either now or never.
In the words of Jesse Jackson, if not now, when? If not me, who? It goes in the same direction again. This one was pace on, and it flies. Again, nowhere near where he was looking to play Jamar Hamilton, but he'll get 4 runs this time.
4 runs off an edge. My goodness.
Seen a few overs, a few runs go for edges in that region of the field. Good pace to deliver that one from Sahil Charani, which begs the question. He's bringing himself on for the first time in over number 17. Why was he not bowling 8, 10, 12, 14? Because he certainly has a lot of pace. Now, I think I might answer my own question, because...
And I'll answer it for you, Brian.
Please do.
The bowlers before him was doing their job.
Or... you want to feature your youngsters.
Absolutely, and that was his objectives.
Yes.
Right? He stated that at the toss, so.
Carved away into the deep. Point is on the boundary, so that will just be a single. 8 balls remaining, 120 runs on the board. What do you want from Shadley Van Skalkvik here?
Yeah, there's no time to wait. No time to waste. Go for your shots. From ball number 5 till the last ball of the 20th over. they have to keep going.
So Shadley Van Skokvik, of course, a member of the U.S. cricket team, played most recently internationally in Florida earlier this year in a tri-series between the U.S., Canada, and Oman. Hammered over the top of extra cover. Oh, put down. I'll tell you what, it was on the boundary. That easily could have been taken. Not able to hold on to it. The fielder out there put that one down. A pretty straightforward catch, Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm noticing that a lot of fielders are trying to run and catch the ball. It would be good to run quickly to where the ball is going so you have time to settle yourself and take the catch. He was just going around the boundary line, not with much intent to get there before the ball did.
Whoa, that's what you want from Jamar Hamilton. Solid strike. This is the first shot of authority from him all the way down the ground for 6.
Yeah. Beautiful shot from Jamar. Expected from him. He got one right in the slot.
That's the definition of in the slot. And for me, that should be a pace on delivery. Just look for a Yorker. Full and straight, aim at the base of leg stump. Last over coming up, 127 for 5.
At this point in the game, I mean, Sahel, and his team shouldn't beat themselves up for that last 6.
There's the Manhattan, if you will. That last over number 19, was a big one, went for 14 runs, so that is the most expensive over of the innings. Graphic representation of what you saw on your screen just now. And Jamar Hamilton, who for me is a very aggressive batter. Shadley Van Skokvik, who is known more as a bowler but is powerfully built, has a very strict bodybuilding regimen. He was walking through it the other day, and I said, you know what? I don't want to hear anymore because I feel like a slacker just here talking to you. But he can hit the ball a mile himself. So going into the last over here, hitting toward the northern end of the ground, it is a 65-yard hit straight down the ground, so it's not very big. I would not be surprised to see both of them going big here in the last over.
Yeah, Brian. So he made you feel like a lollygaga, huh?
So we used the word lollygaga now twice.
Yeah. my colleague Nate brought this word and I have to use it now.
So, down the leg side, free runs, it's going to be at least 2, meaning 3 wides, if that makes sense. Back to come back. Oh, it's going to be close. Shadley Van Skokvik just getting over the line, and he realizes that he might have escaped danger there. Didn't think that he thought that the fielder would have gotten to that as quickly as he did.
Yeah, as much as you would want a nice bounce to the keeper have to pick up some of these, even though it might be low. Keeper have to try his best to grab him.
Down the leg side again. Well, when you are a commentator as well as a coach, coaches don't suffer fools, and coaches, what you and I would have thought, you know what, that keeper had a hard job there. The coach will say, that's something you should have gotten. So 4 free runs that you've gotten so far, make that 5 because they ran a single on that, didn't they? So
yeah.
5 free runs and not a ball bowled, at least not a legal ball bowled thus far in over number 20. So you're starting off on the wrong foot here. Really good bowling performance for the most part, but falling apart here at the end. Boy, Jamar Hamilton was looking to hit that one to Highway 411. Throw coming to Jamar Hamilton's end. Talked about the fact that there's this huge slope. The pitch sort of sits on a plateau, and the throws from the outfield, when they hit the base of that plateau, you don't see anything carrying cleanly to the keeper.
Yeah, but as I mentioned earlier,
there's the coach again.
Yeah, this is like the 3rd time it happened for the innings thus far, so I had to make a mention of that.
skied. Who wants it? Or is it going to fall in no man's land? It will not fall in no man's land. That is a really excellently judged catch. Oh, I won't say it. I'll ask the coach. What do you think about that catch, Chelsea Douglas?
Well done. He got there and had enough time to settle and wait for that catch. So great job.
So Jamar Hamilton, let's say, flatters to deceive. He's played more destructive innings than this one. And looking to find that area in the middle of the pitch that we kept talking about that lands in the center of the grass. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is not by any means an easy catch. Forget about how easy that fielder made it look. That was not easy in the very least.
Absolutely. When it's never easy with the ones that go up into the clouds. But that was greatly judged by him. And he definitely sprinted to give himself some extra time to get under the ball so that he could be there before the ball got there. So that was perfectly judged, well executed. As we see now, Abigna coming back again. Perfect. The two opening bowlers were really good in their first 3 overs, and having him come back for this last one here, the 20th over, good strategy, I think.
Sunny Patel, the captain, is the man who is in here. One bounce down to long on. By the way, had to mention that catch taken in the deep. Heard his name mentioned earlier, Sahar Swethan from North Carolina. Excellent young cricketer, usually is behind the stumps. He's a keeper, and a top order batter usually opens the batting, this time in the deep. But that catch tells you that he is a player of absolute brilliant repute.
Very good work by that fielder. And Atlanta Force have been looking pretty okay in the field today. Some opportunities will have to beg.
Nailed that one, Chandler Van Skalkvik. I said he was a powerful stroke maker. You see evidence of it there.
Yeah, that ball a little too short. Too much time to take it over the boundary rope.
Oh, does he tee off? Does he tee off on that? Okay, let's do the math. It is about 71 yards to the boundary there. That ball lands in the next county over. So that's, in my mind, that went 1,280 yards. Nate, do you think that's about right? Did I get that right? Okay, good.
Well, let's see how Abigna comes back after that one.
Sliced away. This is going to be more runs. It may get all the way to the rope. It does. So valuable runs at the bottom of the order here from Shadley Van Skalkvik. That is the last ball of the innings. 6 and a 4 to close things out. A little bit wide, and he slashes it away for 4.
Much needed 2 boundaries of the last 2 balls, pushing the score now to they achieved that one over that 140, 145 for 6 in 20 overs. I think at the end of the day, the Atlanta Fire would be happy with that outcome because their goal from the get-go was to get at least 140, and they got 5 more to add to the score. So I think it's a total that they are able to defend, and let's see what the Atlanta Force can do now to get 146 and try to bring it home.
Take a look at the scorecard there. Larry Malanta 4, Ahad Malik 24, Zishan Maksud 14, and then Kaushal Patel, Jamar Hamilton, double figures. Believe it or not, the second highest score in the innings was extras, so they don't want to fix that. But Shadley Van Skalkvik with a nice cameo at the end, a 4 and a 6 to close things out. For the bowlers, I thought they were very good. Look at the scorecard here for the bowlers, Chelsea, and tell me what you think.
Yeah, so Abigna was pretty good in the first 3, but that 4th one kind of pushed up his economy rate to 9.25. Quadri pick of the bowlers here, 4 for just 18 runs, which was pretty economical. And the rest of the bowlers supported as they kept them, the Atlanta Fire, to a more moderate score that they normally are accustomed to. So let's see.
It is very difficult to have your most aggressive strike bowler also be your most economical, because usually it means the ball is flying off the edge going away for 4, but that is brilliant bowling. So hats off to Abdullah Quadri, for me, as you said, the pick of the bowlers. So 130, make that 146 will be the target after our short break. The groundskeepers will do what they do. We will refresh here in the commentary area, and we will see you all on the other side.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
TLFIRE. 1-5-8-4-6, choke the first seat. 1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-5. One heart. One heart.
And welcome back here to the Atlanta Open. We have two of the Atlanta sides. Atlanta Force All-Stars are making their way into the middle right now with bats in hand, trying to reach 146 runs on a tricky wicket after the Fire really closed out the first innings on a strong note. And Brian Walters, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
No question. They will be very upset at the fact that they conceded 23 extras, 23 meaning that was the second highest run getter in the innings. Anytime your extras are among your highest run getters, that's a bad sign for the bowling unit. And towards the back end of the innings, they kind of lost the plot. 48 runs scoring in the last 5. So going at almost 10s and over through those last 5 overs means that they're chasing a total that is much higher, probably around 25 or 30 runs higher than they should have been had they maintained their disciplines.
And we see Charania with the ball to start. This Atlanta Fire squad notoriously deep in the spin bowling department.
By the way, Azim Charania is the brother of Sahil Charania. So I want for them to hold back a couple of his overs until his brother comes in. I want to see what that matchup would look like.
Well, maybe we will see that.
I would pray on my hands and knees for that to happen. Because if anybody who knows how to get somebody out, it would be the brother who they grew up playing cricket with for how many years? Back when my brothers used to play cricket. Neither one has played in them since we left Jamaica, probably. But we all knew each other's tricks. And it was always an interesting matchup anytime you had that sort of sibling rivalry. Good to see it here on the field in Atlanta.
Albanov Sundarshanam on strike. Batting with Arin Chenchu. It's played well over the ring. Will the outfield slow it down enough? Just in front of the boundary rope. Well, he managed to run 3 off of that.
Good running, aggressive running. Excuse me, the coaches will tell you to sprint the first one hard. That man is umpire Nuruddin coming in from square leg to, let's call it, rearrange the furniture. But you want to run that first one hard. You saw some evidence of it in the Atlanta Fire when they were batting, particularly that big partnership for the second wicket with Rishi Pandey. 3 runs halfway through over number 1. You're only needing to score at the rate of 7.3 and over, so it's not a ridiculously stiff ask. But the Atlanta Fire, as a top of the table team, are a really good bowling unit.
Flicked. They're going to get 2, and they'll start with 5 off the first 4 balls.
So Aaron Chenchu saw him behind the stumps. Faced one delivery here in front of the stumps. So his job, along with his opening partner, Abhinav Sundarshanam, is just to put something resembling a good aggressive opening partnership together. Trying to interpret that expression I saw from Captain Sunny Patel at first slip. And by the way, that man at second slip, rather, at first slip is Jamar Hamilton, the ever smiling Jamar Hamilton. That's as close as he's going to get to being behind the stumps today. Wicketkeeper batter ordinarily, but Lahiri Malanta is the man with the gloves on.
Lots of turn on offer here early for Azim Charania as the first over goes for 5. Yeah, we've said it many times, this tournament, probably the 2 best gloves in the country. Right there on your screen, Lahiri Malanta and Jamar Hamilton. Now, when you're thinking about who you're going to choose to give the gloves to, I think part of what factored into this is apparently Jamar Hamilton is very, very good in the field everywhere.
Azim Charania, statistically in this tournament, the 7th leading bowler for the Atlanta Fire. 4 matches, 6 overs, 1 for 37. It feels as though you're offering chances to some of maybe the players who have not had as much of an impact in the series so far as a means of resting up because you've gotten to the top of the table and you're pretty much locked into that playoff position now. So you don't mind seeing some of the players who have not yet had the opportunity to do much get that opportunity here.
Zishan Maksud bowling to the left-handed Abhinav Sundarshanam, turning the ball in on him. We have a love to have these partnerships start with the lefties.
Similar delivery again. This one fended off, fended off into the offside, make that the leg side for a single. Zishan Maksud, 3rd leading bowler in the side for the tournament. 4 wickets, 63 runs conceded, so that average is 15.75. Economy rates, considering the fact that he bowls mostly inside the power play, his economy rate of 5.73 is the lowest on the side. That tells you how good a bowler he is. Left arm orthodox, so slow through the air, but his pinpoint accuracy is what gets him that economy rate.
He's already got a player of the match to his name in this tournament. He'll take on the righty from around the stumps.
He's doing what he needs to do. Just keep the batters quiet. Just get the balls in the right areas. Plenty of assistance in the pitch. I think we've seen that throughout the innings so far. And I don't think that there's any chance that you'll see anything rash. Oh, whoa!
Big shot there from Aaron Chenchu.
And by you won't see anything rash, I mean this ball, the first thing that it touches after it hits the bat is the fence beyond the boundary. That not quite as big as that 6 from Shadler Van Skalkvik, but that is probably an 85-yard hit.
Pretty massive shot for sure. Any wind and that might go on to the next ground on the field 1.
Oh my goodness.
Sean a little quicker and a little shorter on that one.
Well, yes, you have the opportunity to do something special here. What a good way to announce yourself as a side by taking down the #1 team in the division. And you have nothing to lose. There's no, if you get beaten, you got beaten by a better team. And my goodness, if you're able to pull off the upset, how good a cap or feather in your cap that would be. End of 2, 12 without loss.
Yeah, pretty good start right now for Atlanta Force All-Stars. Just 2 overs into this. Already with a 6. And Charania will take the ball again from the south end. He was very good throughout minor league this season with Atlanta Fire. Good in the Super 8. Can really zip it in there if he wants.
Well, you see that he's not flighting it, pushing it through at pace, making sure that the batters don't have time to use their feet to come down the track and attack him. That's something that you'd want to see, particularly during the power play. We have less margin for error in the outfield.
I think you're going to see him do that to the lefty. Nice and full that time. But now with Chenchu, or Abanov, apologies.
You've got to be kidding. What a beautiful piece of fielding, but it's not out. My goodness.
That turned quite a bit.
It turned a lot. Off spin, or the finger spinner turning it into the lefty. And that, for me, turned a mile. That may have been off of the thigh pad, though. Earlier I said he was firing it through, wasn't tossing it up. Well, that last one he tossed up, and it gripped and turned beautifully. And you might consider yourself lucky here if you are the batter Abhinav Sundarshanam that did not result in his dismissal.
It turned about 5 stumps worth. And he'll be happy to get off strike after that.
Boy. That is good stuff. So maybe you can make the argument that batting has become marginally easier, but it's not easy by any means on this pitch. And there's evidence of it there. Of all of the balls that have gripped and turned, that is one that has gripped and turned the most. And it just goes for buys. That is harsh on the keeper. Look at Lahiru Malantha saying, what do you want me to do? That turned 90 degrees and bounced 10 feet higher than he wanted it to. This will give you an impression here. Yeah, Lahiru Malantha had no chance.
Oh my gosh. It left a divot too, the ball.
It did.
What a delivery. 16 without loss after 3.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
And that'll take the edge there, as we're seeing a lot of threatening turn here early on in this power play.
No, it's not a lot that Lahiru Malantha could have done with that last ball of over number 3. As a keeper, that goes statistically against you, but there is nothing that he could have done. That ball pitched. It came in from around the wicket, pitched and turned. Just tremendous, tremendous delivery. Have to say that was more the pitch than it was the bowler. And hope that's not disrespectful to the bowler, but the pitch, we saw evidence of it offering turn, and it's offering bounce as well, Nate Hayes.
Yes, I think it's bouncing and turning. It's a nightmare right now. You can see Zishan Maksud smiling, enjoying this.
As well he should.
That went a little bit quicker after he had flighted one out there that turned quite a bit earlier in the over. We got 4 dots to start the 4th over. Goes down for the slog sweep there. We're seeing both ends turning and bouncing. This is going to be a tricky day. Right now, as deep as this Atlanta Fire bowling attack is, they have a lot of arms they can throw into this. Straight down the ground and big. 6 runs.
Well, that spoils the maiden. That one didn't turn much, and the bounce was pretty consistent, so it was essentially right in the slot and taken straight down the ground. Clean hits and a good shot here for Aaron Chentru.
Yeah, nice and full. Didn't do anything tricky, straight as it was. And after 4 in the first innings, we were at 25 with a loss of 1. 22 without loss so far after 4. You have to think a wicket's worth 3 runs or so or more, especially in this phase. So I think the Atlanta Force All-Stars should be at least not upset about how they're doing.
No, going into the 3rd over here for Azim Charania. Figures so far 2.1 overs, none for 8. So he's been difficult to score off of. And he's the one who bowled that monster delivery that went against the figures of Lahiri Malanta that he's not happy with.
Oh my goodness, that turned square.
Have got to be kidding me. What a great catch that one is. Looking for the shot down the leg side. It was not the best of deliveries, but the turn is what did it there. Turning even further down and gets a thick under edge. Sunny Patel positioning himself at leg slip. Don't often see leg slips in a T20. Look at Sunny Patel there at leg slip. And look at this delivery. Bite and turn down the leg side. Look at the grass coming off of that pitch, under edged, and that is a spectacular take by Sunny Patel. Really good work from the captain, and good again taking advantage of the conditions. The pitch is turning, it's gripping. You saw when the pitch or when the ball landed on the pitch, that puff of dust that came up, that tells you that the pitch maybe is deteriorating just a little bit, but still you have to be able to manufacture the situation to your advantage, and that's exactly what the Atlanta Fire have done.
Yeah, you got to feel for Sundarshanam on that. That's an awful lot of turn. When it turns that much, it's kind of just up to luck at that point. Exactly at that length, yeah. You think his eyes got big, you know?
That is true, but if the pitch is doing what it's doing, it's not. I hate to say a short ball going down leg side is not a bad ball, but under the circumstances, it's not the worst ball that you can think of. Look at this. This is an attacking field. Regulation slip and a leg slip. Really good effort here. You like the pressure that they put this young team under.
That's absolutely true. Atlanta Fire, one thing they always do is they try to maximize the pressure while it's there. And they do it with their field oftentimes, bringing in multiple slips. I've seen them use leg slip and 2 slips. Well placed. It's going to go over the boundary, 4 runs.
Dragging this one into that wide long on area. You have long on and mid wicket both trying to converge on it, but neither one really could get there. It's Coach Monte Desai, internationally acclaimed coach, walking around and just essentially exhorting his troops. That one actually, he was the best one in position to field that.
And we've seen more of that bounce and turn on that north end. That wraps up 5-27 with the big wicket. So Vishen Qatari now in the middle there with Aranchenchu trying to navigate this tricky wicket and chase a very big total here on this ground.
Yeah, this 5 over is up, Nate. So halfway through the first half of the innings, if you will, at the 25% point, you're nowhere near in terms of the runs that you need. You're needing 146. So you're looking for another 119 in the next 90 balls. It will not be easy. You saw what the pitch is doing, and a little bit of pace coming your way now, as it's going to be a change in bowling from the northern end of the ground. Await confirmation to see exactly who this is going to be, but look, Lahiro Milanta is standing 20 yards back, so we can assume it's not going to be a spinner. So after a relatively decent start here, 1 wicket, Nate, where do you see things in terms of whether or not this young side, the Atlanta Force All-Stars, can overhaul this total?
Well, I think you said a word there that's very, very important, and you said this young side. There's 5 U21s in this team. I think that works very much to their detriment as far as chasing this down, because we've seen what you have to do to compile runs on this wicket. It takes an awful lot of maturity, and I think a lot of experience too.
So Mahir Nai is the new bowler, left arm over the wicket. You saw excellent left arm bowling from that same end, the northern end of the ground earlier, from Abdullah Quadri. Different type of bowler, Mahir Nahi. Doesn't appear to have the same pace or anything close to the same pace as Abdullah Quadri. But a couple of dots to start his day with the ball is certainly not a bad thing. Sliced away down to deep third. 3 balls remaining in the power play, Nate, and you're 3 balls away from being able to put more fielders in the deep if you so choose. Do you think that the Atlanta Fire will be going more defensive, pushing fielders back on the boundary, or do you think they'll keep the same attacking field?
I think we'll see more to the boundary, but I would not be surprised if they, especially if they strike and take a wicket and have a new batter in there early in an over or something. I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep fielders inside the ring. They are very aggressive, proactive captaincy here. Caught.
No, it's bump ball.
Oh, bumper.
Oh no, look at that. Look at his bat. How often have you seen that? Look at his bat is at a 90-degree angle.
Wow, it's hinged. A new hinged bat right there. The new technology.
Jamar Hamilton is saying, I don't know where you buy your bats from, but you need a new supplier. Don't see that very often.
Goodness.
That bat. That is. Yeah, let's get another one, please. There's no way I can bat with this thing. That is amazing.
Well, he's got a new bat in his hands now. And maybe it's made by somebody else.
I know nothing about the sport of highlight, but that sort of looks like the highlight little, I don't know if you call it a bat, if you call it a cup. It's sort of shaped like that bat ended up looking, and I don't know that I've ever seen that happen on a cricket field before. I've seen bats break, but never at the splice in that way. Oh, good delivery.
Great stop by Lahiro, too, to keep that from getting away.
Yeah, it goes past the outside edge, and take a look at this again. Take a look at him playing the shot. It is a bump ball, so not dismissed. Let's see what happens with the bat here. My apologies. That was the last
worm
delivery.
burner that almost got all the way through.
The worm burner, I like that phrase. So you're going through again, going down toward the boundary. A couple more runs. They're going to dig for 3 here. I don't think they're going to get it though. And that's a good piece of work. Just
no ball
buys.
too.
Nope, just buys. Buys signal by umpire Nuruddin. That is the end of over number 6. 30 for 1 is the score after 6.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So, umpire Conrad Rogers signaling that that is the end of the power play. 30 for 1, excuse me, 30 for 1 is your score. Atlanta Force All-Stars have some work to do here, Nate. Aaron Chenchu 19 from 20, Brishan Kathari 2 from 5. But it's not going to be easier because this is now going to be the man who yesterday won a Player of the Match award, Kamrul Rabi, man out of Bangladesh, bowling now to the left-handed Brishan Kathari.
Saw him bowling here the other day. He looked really good, and especially in the death. Brings a lot of class. Expect him to be pretty dangerous.
Boy, that could have gone anywhere. Off the inside edge, down to fine leg for 1. Former Bangladeshi national player, so he's a very high-level player. And he is a very casual run-up, but explodes through the crease, that ball coming out of his hands at really high pace.
Yeah, he looks really good, and I imagine him stick around that length. Brian Walters, I'm surprised you haven't broken a bat that way, right at this place, with your bowling. They must have made bats better back then.
I am so upset that this happened in practice and not in a match. I once bowled one of my teammates in practice and it broke the middle stump in half.
Nice.
That was the most rewarding moment of my entire cricket career, and it did not happen in an actual match.
That one stayed low.
Yeah, not much bounce on that last one. So you saw there's certainly evidence of when the fast bowlers put their minds to it and test the middle of the pitch that they can get good carry. Certainly saw it when Abdullah Quadri was bowling earlier, and you would think that Kamrul Rabi has the pace to be able to do that if he so chooses. Whoa, that jumped off of a good length, snaking up at Aaron Chenchu, really taking evasive action more than anything on that delivery. Kind of a nasty one to get the third ball in the over.
Yeah, nasty for sure, but it's a good thing they make the gloves well, because that could have been painful. But I actually have broken a bat that way.
You did?
In the nets.
Did you?
Worst thing.
Wait, were you bowling or batting?
Batting.
Okay. Okay.
Worst thing. My friend handed me the bat. It was his.
Ooh. Going down the leg side. This is off the body of the batter. It's going to be 4 leg byes. There you see the signal from umpire Conrad Rogers. Really aggressive, sharp, hostile delivery from Kamrul Rabi.
See, the batter didn't want to. Ooh, just out of his reach, just out of Lahiru's reach. Once again, only Christopher Van Tool's catching that.
Christopher Van Tol, you mean?
That's right.
So you're into the last 2 balls here for over number 7. Not much on that shot. The softest of dismissals, beaten for pace. Simple catch. Second catch taken by the captain. 36 for 2.
They start the middle overs on the wrong foot, do the Atlanta Force All-Stars. It got big on them real quick, didn't it? This is the reason why you saw him come down the wicket on the prior ball, trying to intercept that bounce. Well, the bounce intercepted him that time.
chatter in the middle of the field. I don't know that umpire Conrad Rogers is very happy with the substitute field, or the reserve members of the batting side coming on, bringing drinks on outside of a normal drinks break. I think that's what he was upset about. I'm speculating, obviously, I don't know for sure. But anyway, as it relates to this match, 36 for 2, you are one delivery away from it being the end of the 7th over. Your job continues to get more and more difficult from here. 110 runs needed in the last 79 balls. So your asking rate is now up to 8.25. It's continuing to climb. At the beginning of the innings, going in, it was 7.3 is what you needed per over. And it has consistently climbed, as you've not really seen much resistance from the Atlanta Force All-Stars yet. Certainly a long way to go, but certainly the Atlanta Fire is on top.
And in this phase, these middle overs, you can really expect things to slow down after a wicket, especially as there's a long way to go. With this wicket being tricky and the batters wanting to give themselves a little time to sort it out, every single wicket's going to slow it down.
So talked about him earlier in the field. Sahar Swethan. Good carry through to the keeper. That is the end of over number 7. The score is 36 for 2.
Yeah, Robbie is a great option from this end. And we'll take a look here at the Worms. See that Atlanta Force rate drop a lot since the second over, but the 2 wickets definitely aren't going to help. Atlanta Fire really got that boost in the last few overs there from Shadley and Jamar Hamilton, who do that so well. Jamar all summer has been able to come in, and it seems like his average innings is kind of like the one we saw today.
Certainly did it well throughout the innings, and certainly doing it well you saw in the finals on Sunday. Jamar Hamilton appears to be playing the role of captain. Standing at first slip, he's the one directing traffic. Sonny Patel appears to be down at deep mid-wicket, if my eyesight is not failing me. So even though he is actually the captain, Sonny Patel, Jamar Hamilton is the one on the field directing traffic, so to speak. Down the ground, catchable. In fact, it's over the head of mid-off, running back toward the boundary. Tumbling effort. Did he do well? He did well, but not able to save it. Good effort goes in vain. 4 runs down the ground. Kaushal Patel, the fielder.
A really well hit there by Arnchenchu, who has managed to survive so far. And he's got a long way to go before he can really turn out. But that was quite an effort at the boundary. My gosh.
Tell you what, that last swipe that he attempted to get the ball back onto the field, he essentially swung underneath it. Had he been able to connect on that swipe, he would have saved 4 runs. But you're not worried about that right now. The effort is what you're looking for. Very delayed appeal. Larry Malanta appealing sort of as an afterthought. That's never going to be successful.
Well, you get a look there at some of the personalities on the team. You said Jamar Hamilton directing traffic, effectively captaining the field at times. I think you could probably see that from 11 different guys at one point or another on this team. Talking to Monty Desai before the game.
Wrapped on the pad outside the line of off stump would be my initial impression, and adjudged not out.
He also was moving himself down the wicket here. He started so deep in his crease.
Certainly takes a step out of his crease, and probably the right decision by umpire Nuruddin. So now played down to Rabi at deep third. So maybe you've gotten to the stage in the innings where you start thinking, okay, 104 runs to get only 74 balls remaining, and the task is getting more and more difficult. What do we want to accomplish with these youngsters? Do we want to ask them to just go out there and throw their bats, or do we want them to make this into sort of a practice match? Yes, we're probably going to lose, but let's just imagine that the situation was different. How deep could we take this match?
You see Saharsh here facing his second ball. He will be heading tonight down to Texas for the U19 National Championship. He's also on the USA U19 squad. It's made it all the way to the World Cup. Known for, he can be quite aggressive with the bat. He likes to express himself. And let's see what kind of license he has to do so.
Sounds like an outside edge. Good piece of fielding by Rabi down at the boundary to make sure that that one's cut off. But that's another good over. The noose continues to tighten. Atlanta Four Stars are in a bit of trouble. They are 43 for 2.
Yeah, so we're at 43 for 2, and after 8 here in the first innings, Fire were at 50, the loss of 1, so definitely behind the 8 ball a little bit, especially considering there's one more wicket that's falling. Kamral Rabi looked absolutely deadly in that first over.
Couple of deliveries before he started bowling at what I would consider to be close to his top pace, but even at, let's call it half pace, he's still relatively quick, and a fast bowler usually is his fastest in about his second or his third over. That is good evidence of that pace.
Good job for Saharsh to stay on top of that as he eases his way into this innings. Yeah, that was coming with some smoke.
So you're one delivery into over number 9. You're still nowhere near the run rate that you need. After that single, you're only scoring at the rate of 5.5 and over. You need 8.5 and over. So you're literally at now, from this point on, needing to score 3 more runs per over than you're currently scoring.
Yeah, you got to get a move on it soon. And this Atlanta Fire team is a tough team to do that against in the middle overs.
Outside edge, genuine outside edge, not able to be fielded by Jamar Hamilton. Not a drop, don't think it carried to him, but it still gets through for a single.
Yeah, we got a lot of things sneaking through behind. Definitely didn't carry and took a interesting bounce too. One of those kind of in-between hops. Not close enough to you to reach out on the front foot and not far enough away to go back.
This is good practice for these youngsters. In particular, I'm thinking of Saharsh Swethan. Facing up to a former international bowler who's still a relatively young man. I don't know his age, but I would guess Kamral Rabi, just visually, looks to be around 30 years old. So you're still plenty quick as a bowler at that age. And if you're looking to go into the U19 World Cup representing the US, you can do much worse than facing up to a bowler like this.
Yeah, Robbie has test experience. Five tests, I think, to his name. Yeah, that's definitely good experience here. This is what these events do so well, bringing the best of the country together. And every once in a while you see a new name that you haven't seen before, and it's a new name that's got a lot behind it.
one only need look no further as that spray down the leg side. One only look no further than the game that we will see later on this afternoon. Clarion Eagles are featuring one Usman Tariq. If you would have been watching the CPL this year, you saw Usman Tariq, and if the name doesn't sound familiar, he's the man who pauses during his delivery stride to read a book, go check the mail, have some coffee, and then deliver the ball. And he is an absolutely difficult bowler to face under any circumstance. And then he will be in action later on this afternoon at the 2 o'clock local time match. That is the end of over number 9, 48 for 2. Well, we're able to get all kinds of inside information sitting here. One of the benefits of being, well, how do I put it, enveloped by Trinidadians is that we have just found out that Sahar Swetan actually plays regularly in Trinidad, has done that for the last 3 years. Really interesting. And there he goes, over the top. Don't think this was carry. Oh, it does carry, but he puts it down. He carried all the way down to that wide, long off position, almost like a deep extra cover, and he put it down.
Yeah, Chenchu got lucky on this. He should have done a lot more with that ball, you think. But unfortunately put down. Head long off.
Yeah, off the bat, I didn't think it would carry all the way that far to the fielder on the boundary. And then it looks like he made up the difference pretty easily and then did enough to get there. But having gotten there, he will fancy himself to have taken that chance or taken that catch, not able to do it. So Zishan Maksud into his third over. Saw him bowl overs 2 and 4 during the power play. Floats this one all the way up.
Yeah, in their first, he's been great this whole tournament, with ball and with bat. In their first game, he partnered in the middle with Malik with the bat for quite some time. He won a player of the match yesterday. Just from with the ball. Yeah, that wraps. Wait a second. I got one more ball to go. No. So, but he just goes to show how deep this spin bowling attack is. And oh my gosh, look at that. Jamar Hamilton's tried to anticipate, and he guessed wrong.
Well, if you're feeling it slip and you see the reverse sweep coming, that's a good way to eat a cricket ball. Because if that comes off the middle of the bat, that is traveling at you at the pace of a regulation sweep had he been standing at leg slip. So it can be a difficult position for you to be in. A couple more runs. By the way, didn't acknowledge that the 50 came up in this over with that wide. Zishan Maksud into his third over. You have a pretty straightforward spell going on here. Nate Hayes evenly poised at the end of 10 overs, 52 for 2. Disinvited from the barbecue. So 4 overs came from over number 10, 25 from the last 5. The overall run rate in the innings is 5.29, which means that you have scored in the last 5 overs fewer runs per over than you had the first 5. That's a bad combination when you're chasing upwards of 9 runs and over. So the first question for my now fellow commentator, Chelsea Douglas, is can they score 9.5 runs and over here?
Yeah, the goal is to continue picking up the singles, minimizing the dot balls, the twos. And if you get that one odd delivery that needs to cross the boundary line, a couple wides might help the situation. So, I mean, it's not out of their reach at this point. So I would say steady the ship and continue minimizing the dot balls at this point.
Run out opportunity. Direct hit. That is so close. That's a great piece of fielding, but he does get there in time.
Right, that's the goal. Push for that single, push for that run. Let the fielders do the magic. But you make sure you're in the crease and you're not out. That's one more run added to the scorecard. So they need to keep doing that and look for that odd ball to cross the boundary line.
So batting has been hard, and one of the ways that you can tell that batting has been hard, and you just touched on it, Chelsea, is dot balls. In the first innings, when the Atlanta Fire were batting, solid batting unit, but they actually absorbed 62 dot balls. 53% of all the balls in their innings were dots. That tells you that they're needing to apply themselves and graft through an innings instead of coming and playing freely. And after that single, the dot balls that have been scored by, or that have been absorbed by the Atlanta
Force
All-Stars, thank you, is 34. In other words, 58% of all the deliveries that they face have been dots. So scoring is going to be hard. That's another one that tells you that it becomes very difficult to put yourself in a position of being able to accelerate and get what is now going to be around 10 runs and over the rest of the way to win.
Yeah, you don't want to make that run rate climb up too high now. You know, I mean, 10 runs over is already a big feat to try to maintain for the next 9.3 overs. But you still have to keep finding a way to get that single, those twos, so it wouldn't be that bad on the back end.
So I know when you coach, stress running between the wickets. Is it a mindset? Is it an approach mentally? How do you get a team to know here's what we need to do to run quickly through the wickets? How do we push the ball in the gaps, look for singles? How do you coach that?
Come on, there's the pitch right there. It's long enough. Make a soft touch. So let the non-striker be on his toes, ready to get that little quick single. We got to find a way. We can't have 3 dot balls running and nothing coming off of that. So you have to go back to the basics and get in there, grit it out, back up the striker. Come on. That's how you get something going.
Nate, I know you're not on air, Nate, but you can hear me. I am very, very glad that I no longer play, because I'd be intimidated by a coach like Chelsea Douglas. There's a presence, there's a bit of a, I don't know, school teacher principal kind of thing that
I think it's confidence, Brian. That's what it is. Yeah, I think that intimidation aspect that you mentioned there is what's gonna make a player get better. They know that coach is watching and she's expecting me to do great things. So hopefully my confidence will roll over to theirs. But what in this instance, if you notice that they still was not able to get the run on this last delivery because of the great fielding out at where is that point?
Mm-hmm.
So That's what it's about, stepping up the game. Like, you have to try to do everything well. You have to keep, there's a fine print in cricket that, some players don't tap into, and it's these little things will give you a little edge over the others. So it's all about being aware of the situation, being in the game, and adapting to it.
So, 57 for 2 after 11. Last 9 overs, 89 runs needed. You can do that quick math in your head and say that's almost 10 runs and over. So you do have a lot of work to do. It's not going to be easy doing it against a team that features premier spinners. You have not yet seen the captain himself, Sunny Patel. He's an excellent leg spinner. Zishan Maksud now into his last over is very difficult to score off of. Said earlier that he is, of all the bowlers inside this tournament, in this tournament, the Atlanta Fire has the lowest economy rate of all the bowlers, which is really hard to do.
With that being said, these batters, should have done their homework and know that certain bowlers have certain skills that they must be concerned about, but they can't let that intimidate them. They have to find ways.
Simple dismissal. Reverse sweep is what was being tried again by Sahar Swetan. I think he'll want to have that one over. Only looping a pretty simple catch. Look at this replay. Tell me what you see here.
Yeah, coming off the glove area there? Easy for Jamal Hamilton there in that slip region. But that wasn't really a shot that was absolutely needed, because if he had played a normal cricket shot through with a nice cover drive, we might have been talking 2 runs instead of him walking back to the pavilion. So you got to be smart. It doesn't mean you have to be reckless, but you still have to play the game and play the ball on its merit.
So for me, yes, I'm an old guy. We've established that. Reverse sweeps and switch hits are from the depths of hell. And you get so much more benefit out of exactly what you just said. There's loads of room on the offside. The fielder at long off is back on the boundary. Tap the ball down the ground and get 1. Or tap it to his right toward extra cover and you get 2. And you do that a number of times, and then that makes the fielding side start moving around in different ways. It creates opportunities. The bowler starts getting frustrated. All of those things apply when you just play normal, proper cricket shots. If you try a reverse sweep, you glove it in the air, and you give a man who's played Test cricket for the West Indies the simplest of catches at first slip. That is not an issue. Now look at this. Now you have pressure because there are now 2 slips, a first slip and a second slip. Captain, official captain, and let's call it acting captain at first and second slip respectively to the new batter Ridwan Palash.
Yeah. So this is now to intimidate this new batter.
Absolutely.
So he needs to play the ball on its merit, line and length, watch it good, and let them know, hey, don't feel I can't play cricket. You know what I mean?
This is going to be close.
Yes, this is how you play the game. You have to come out with your own confidence and play a game. Right?
Say more.
No, because honestly, for the last batter there, right, he the risk and the reward with a switch hit for me is not a good enough balance.
Very interesting.
Look at that. He came out here, he took that ball straight over the boundary for 4 by playing a normal cricket shot. Get into it, the ball is more or less between a little wide off the off stump, so he had a little time to free up himself to pull it to the leg side and pick up that much needed boundary.
Excellent. Close to the over. 64 for 3 after 12. Last 8 coming up, 64 for 3. And it does not get any easier. It's going to be Mahir Nai who's bowling his last over. Over number 13 under or in progress.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not super thinking that Atlanta Force All-Stars need to go frail in their bats at this time. They just have to consistently keep the runs ticking, minimize the dot balls, and just like Ridwan did in the last ball of the delivery, pick up that odd bad ball that goes over the boundary, and they'll be right back up in there if they continue that here on out. Yes, the run rate is climbing, it's almost 10.5 now, but if they consistently do that, they would be in a better position. They don't need to lose the wickets.
So fielders in the deep, long on, long off, deep square leg, deep point. So 4 outside. That zips through and is another dot. So you want them to minimize the dots. They may not quite have gotten that memo.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Keep chipping away at the target. Keep chipping away. But they must pick up that one boundary at least in the over and with no dot balls.
Hey, what? That was a drivable ball. I would have wanted to see him drive that straight down the ground. He's hitting that toward mid-wicket, so he gets a thick inside edge. That ball is at a length that could have come straight back over the bowler's head.
Definitely spot on there with that one, Brian. These guys have to just go with the basics. Line and length, ball on the merit.
Trouble. A direct hit there would have been difficult. In fact, he would have been out had that been a direct hit, because they started going and then they hesitated. That's the opposite of assured running between the wickets.
Yes, absolutely. And as you say before, apparently Ridwan didn't get the memo. He was late taking off for that single there, which might have cost him his wicket if a direct was made at that point. So, you got to keep on it, ready to go.
Oh, he played the shot, looked straight down the ground at the side screen, and the ball was 3 inches away from his foot. End of over number 13, 66 for 3.
Wickets in hand. Run rate climbing up. Time to go now.
So 146 is the target. They've gotten 66 on the board, which means that they're 45% of the way toward that target, but they're starting to run out of overs here. 42 balls remaining, 80 runs needed to get, so the required rate is approaching not just a difficult, but I think stratospherically difficult 11.16. That's almost 2 runs off of every ball. And oh, by the way, you still have excellent bowlers still to come.
Yeah, this is the time for one of these two batters to decide, hey, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to attack every delivery, because at this point, saving my wickets to start the 14 over is not going to get my side to where they need to be at 146.
Appeal. Everyone is convinced that it is out except for umpire Nuruddin. I will say that. I will say this. That was a very vociferous appeal. Sometimes you hear appeals designed to trick the umpire. This time, everyone thought it was out. Look at Jamar Hamilton still standing in the middle of the pitch. Look at this. See if you can pick anything up on this replay. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Can't tell much from that replay, but Lahir Milantha didn't even bother appealing. He was already starting to celebrate. I would put Jamar Hamilton in the category, and the only person who appealed was the bowler, who was appealing with all his might. So Everyone thought it was out except the one person who matters. 3 straight dots to start over number 14. I will say this, I'm very disappointed in the fact that Azim Charani is now bowling his last over, just 3 balls remaining in his spell, because it means we won't get to see him bowl to his brother, unless the wicket falls and his brother comes in next. Reverse sweep, there's that shot again.
This is the way to get yourself out. That's the risk you get with a switch hit.
I mean, just look at this field. Look at the huge gap between the bowler and the cover fielder on the boundary, or on this edge of the circle. That is a good slice of real estate that you can punch the ball into and get 2 runs. And the insistence on going with the reverse sweep, I think, mystifies old guys like me. Last ball coming up over number 15. Make that 14. If you did that 3 times in this over, you'd have 3 runs to your name. Possibly more if you aimed it a little bit better. A single closeout over number 14. And the job continues to get more and more difficult. 6 to 7 for 3.
Yeah. More and more difficult. That's right, Brian. Somebody has to make that executive decision right now. To decide, hey, I'm going for the glory here. Because as you can see, the Atlanta Force worm line is just getting lower and lower, nowhere near close to where Atlanta Fire was blazing. So at this point, I mean, being just 3 wickets down, it's time to get closer to that line by really going for guts and glory at the same time.
Around 10 through 32 from 40. Ridwan Palash 8 from 12. Of these 2, which one would you think should be going after the bowling here?
I mean, Ridwan could try to do something at this point, because Iran has been stabilizing the group, but as well as Iran, he should be looking to attack.
Almost a spectacular catch. The captain, Sunny Patel, bringing himself into the attack and almost got a catch first ball.
Yeah. I would say it's regulation catch there. Regulation catch. Regulation catch. The height of that catch was perfect. We're not talking about one on the toes here now.
Wow. Smashed away into the deep. Sweeper on the boundary is there to clean up, so 2 singles in the first 2 balls. Did I just hear the 2 words
for a man
regulation
like Sunny Patel?
catch?
Come on.
Well, Sunny Patel is the bowler,
I
but
mean,
there's no way.
The fielder there.
I think you're talking about Shadley Van Skalkvik, are you?
No. What's his name?
Outside edge running down to deep third. Does this go all the way to the boundary? It does. Not the most convincing shot that you've ever seen, but you'll take it.
At least it looks like he aimed for that area of the field to try to find a gap to get the run. So that was good intention there. You know, good thinking. Let's find the gaps. Oh no.
No man's land. Literally the only person in the same zip code is the umpire at square leg, and 2 more runs.
That's what you have to do. Find the gaps. The shot mightn't be the best. It mightn't look like, you know, a great cricketing shot, but it got you 2 runs, and that's what you need at this point in time, runs.
Well, you need 2 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. So that would be the formula. If you keep doing that, to be honest, you're at 12.9. So you still need more than 2 runs every ball. But 2 runs every ball is a good place to start the conversation. Slow through the air, hammered in the air toward deep mid wicket. That's a good piece of fielding. Excellent work to cut that one off. That is Azim Charania in the deep.
Yeah. So they got 1 run in that one, and I think that they could have challenged that field a little more. Like let you looking for runs. Run that first one like your intention is to get a second, because the ball did pass the wicket and went on to the offside coming from the onside. So you have to challenge the fielders out there as they pick up another single on the next delivery. But their intent should be to get more.
10 off over number 15. Last 5 coming up, 7-7 for 3. Harder grade you will not find than Chelsea Douglas. Shadley Van Skalkvik will be coming into bowl for the first time in this innings. And I think you've seen evidence, and I said this earlier when they were batting the Atlanta Fire, that you're giving guys who didn't necessarily have the opportunity earlier on in the tournament to have a good run, to essentially play here where there's not much pressure in this game. Number one, it's pretty much not predetermined, but it's almost likely that they'll end up at the top of the table. So you have some of your support bowlers bowling. At this stage, the man who opened the bowling yesterday, Shadley Van Skalkvik, is now coming in for the first time in over number 16.
Yeah, I mean, you could use all your bowlers who haven't bowled yet at this point in time, because the wind projector, it's leaning to the Atlanta Fire.
Leaning, she says. Wait a minute, let me just get this straight. So the first person, the same person who thought a catch where the cover fielder dives full length and barely gets it off the tip of his fingers, that's a regulation catch. But this team with a bunch of 18-year-olds who need 14 runs and over off of Shadley Van Skalkvik and Sunny Patel and international bowlers of all types of repute, the wind predictor is leaning in their direction.
Just trying to be neutral in this instance. Obviously, it's almost. But I still don't want to say outright. I would say yes. It's there. It's leaning.
I am tickled pink. I am absolutely tickled pink. So, going back to the game, Shadley Van Skalkvik is now into 3 deliveries. This is the 3rd delivery of his first over. They look for a single. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, if the run rate keeps going up more and more, it seems very unlikely that the Atlanta Force All-Stars would get there. But at least you're still in the middle. Do have some great cricket. Make sure you're picking up the runs as you can and playing the game that we all love so much in the way that it should be played.
Skied into the deep will fall short of square leg. So Shadley Van Skalkvik now into his first over. As I mentioned, he's bowling for the first time, so he'll obviously not bowl an entire spell today. At the most, if needed, he could bowl 16, 18 and 20. But maybe after you get in at this stage in the innings, you've gotten yourself in the position where you're thinking, okay, let's just get our main strike bowler and over to, and then have him put up his feet for more difficult times later on in this tournament.
Yeah, you wanna ration your bowlers in a way that they can pace themselves throughout the tournament. I mean, on Friday we have the quarterfinals and then the semifinals Saturday, followed by the finals on Sunday. So seeing that Atlanta Fire is at the top of the table would be a good way to see all who that you have in the toolkit and see who can get some rest in between.
End of over number 16. Last 4 coming up. 81 for 3.
Maybe my angle for that catch, I can see the dive because I didn't see a dive. So that's probably is the angle.
This feels like damage control to me. This
No, but my ankle, I didn't see all of that. If I was sitting over there, maybe I might
and
see
it's
the
not
line.
just the fact that
Okay.
you said regulation catch, it was the dismissive air about regulation catch. Why are you not snapping that up in your sleep? Last 4 overs coming up as we are in the presence of about the most difficult coach and hard charging coach, lofted into the deep. That is just over the rope, is it? Or did it go all the way? Let's see. No, just landed short. 4 runs to start over number 17.
Wow, good shot there. That is the whole point. If you get the bad ones, dispense of it.
So now interesting, Sonny Patel is a leg spinner. You've seen a lot of turn from this end of the pitch. Jamar Hamilton standing at first slip, just out of range of the camera right now to the right. On this shot, you'll be able to see him. In the air for 6 more. Well, for 6. I said 6 more. The first one was a 4. That one goes for a 6. 10 runs to start over number 17.
Exactly. That's what Ridwan have to take it upon himself to go at every single ball. Now saving 7 wickets means nothing, so you have to really attack the bowling. And if Sonny is the guy, well, you gotta rain on his parade, right?
Oh, well, Sonny Patel bowled that one like a medium pacer. Fast, flat, quick. And very late on that shot was Ridwan Palash. 28 from 20. Good little fight back. You like seeing at least some intent in going after this target. 14.5 runs and over needed. Lofted into the deep. Is it catchable? Oh, excellent effort from the deep. Running around from deep back with square leg. 2 more runs. So
I'm loving the intent by Ridwan. He's like, bring it on, Sonny. And he's taking him on right now. Chipping down the pitch there to try to put that one over the boundary line. Wasn't able to do it. Didn't have all the legs, but thank goodness else he could have been caught in that instance. But he's putting it on right now, fighting back.
no opportunity for the second run there, but as you said, intent. 13 runs from the over. This is the biggest over that you've had in a while. Are you far, far away from victory? Yes. You're needing 15.6 runs and over to win. That is extremely difficult. You're only scoring at 5.64, but the intent is there. Launched! Is that 6?
Sure.
Oh, I think that just made it over. Umpire Nuruddin confirming that that is 6. 19 come from over number 17. That brings up the 100 with that shot. Excellent shot by Ridwan Palash.
Wow. Slog sweep that one over the boundary line. An excellent way to bring up your 100. A good 6, a good fighting shot. That's what you love to see.
So that's the end of 17. 100 for 3.
I don't know if they will get 46 and 18, but
So 100 for 3, 46 and 18. Ostensibly off the air. I think I heard you just say you don't know they'll get 48 and 3. Do you think that's possible?
I mean, I like the display of grit and fight in that last over with 19 runs. So if we could get 3 of those, then we'll be well over the target. So, I mean, I didn't hear the fat lady singing yet. And I'm sure Atlanta Force also didn't hear her. So they're giving all they got.
Well, the scorecard says Shad Levan Skalkvik. I can assure you that's not who this is. Hammered into the deep. This is going to be Kamrul Rabi. His second, make that his third over. The penultimate, in fact, the 18th over of the innings. So you said it accurately. You score 19 in the last over. Give me 3 more of those, you win with like maybe 3 balls remaining in the innings. How difficult is it to inculcate that mindset amongst the batters?
Well, at this point, they need to have game awareness to know where they're sitting and how to navigate that. Only they can do that in the middle there. We are in a shaded area in the ground here in the commentator's booth. We can say a lot, but they have to go out there and implement that mindset where they give all that they got to keep that scoreboard ticking as much as they can to reach closer and closer to the target. They got 3 overs to do it. Who knows?
2 balls bowled in over number 18, so you're down to the last 16 balls of the innings. Short delivery, it is skied. Who wants it? Jamar Hamilton. It's going to fall short. And Zishan Maksud with a wry smile on his face. I think that really was probably Zishan Maksud's catch. Would you disagree with me?
Well, then where is Jamal Hamilton going to confuse him?
I think what I hear you saying is communication is what was needed
Absolutely. Absolutely. Somebody was to claim it from the get-go, mine, and the other person was to dress back. The confusion caused
up and over, landing short of Jamar Hamilton. Oh my goodness. Excellent effort. Sometimes when the ball hits in the ground like that and hits the dividend, spins the other way, that was almost like a wicked off break is what that looked like. Jamar Hamilton making it look easy as pie.
Yeah, you would swear he was behind the wicket with the keeping gloves to that one. Had to stretch like Superman.
So it's not easy, but 4 singles is what you've gotten in this over so far. A little bit of excitement. At least 2 of those 4 singles could have been catches. You could make the argument. That is a shot of authority. Is it in the gap? It is in the gap and goes away for 4.
Yeah, if they can just get, well, one more over, completely over the boundary, that will help their cause at this point in time. But he picked that up very well. Yes, drifting away down to middle and leg area. But Ridwan is up to the task. Didn't stutter for 1 second.
And by the way, let's point out that 4 brought up the 5th partnership between these two.
Absolutely spot on partnership that the Atlanta Force needed.
It's going to land in no man's land, is it?
Come on.
No, it went all the way for 6.
All the way for 6. Wow. Just as I said, he needed a 6 on this last delivery, and surely he delivered. This is such a good fight coming back here from these two with such a long partnership of 56 runs. This is the partnership that is probably going to bring it home for the Atlanta Force All-Stars, but they're not giving up just yet.
That is an absolutely brilliant thought. End of over, 114 for 3. Over number 19 now. This bottom left of your screen is indeed Shadley Van Skalkovic. Saw him with the bat earlier. He bowled 1 over, conceded 4 runs. Now being asked to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. To your point, the last thing that you just said, bring it home for the Atlanta Force All-Stars, to me feels very strong. But you're only 32 runs away here. 2 more overs like the last 2 you just got, and we ended a tie.
Listen, it's not out of the reach, is it now? I mean, it might be ambitious.
It's certainly ambitious.
But it's not out of the reach.
Oh, Risty works it away into the deep. They should push for 2 here. No, they do not. Boy, that's a good throw. In all honesty, that would have been out had they looked for 2. So good judgment, discernment on their part.
No, we don't need this pair to lose a wicket now. Because they have been in the middle for a long time and have actually been, you know, even though the fight is an uphill battle, but they're still trying to finish up nice for their team at this moment.
Aaron Chenchu, who opened the batting, remember? 45 from 51.
Yeah.
In fact, Aaron Chantry was at the non-striker's end, 45 from 50. Ridwan Palash more aggressive, 43 from 28.
Yeah. Ridwan came in with more intent of trying to get the scoreboard ticking, and he has actually made it even within. Now climbing away, the run rate is almost at 19, so it's getting further away from the target, but at least the Atlanta force is still trying to finish up with a fight.
So this is why Shadley Van Skalkvik is so good, and again, a high-level USA player, knows exactly how to bowl at this stage of the innings to take advantage of the aggression that Ridwan Palash has. Slower deliveries is what you're getting from him. Now that one is pace on, lofted in the air, long run. Oh, almost an absolutely brutal accident. That is where Coach Chelsea Douglas, you would have wanted to hear somebody call for that.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys get time to spend together where they could establish better communication, but if not, on the field is where they need to have it for sure, because that could have ended up in injury. Look at that, they two almost could have collided together, and then we could have some concussion situations. Just a little mind would have helped from that situation. As you see, a run out happening here where Ridwan, he's got run out as they attempted 2 from that last delivery. Obviously they know they're trying to push the score as far along as they can, maybe to help the run rate in the future, but this way, you know, there's nothing else you can do in that situation. You got to fight for the 2 if possible, and unfortunately he got run out by Miles.
Well, when Lahiri Malantha broke the stumps, Ridwan Palash was not even anywhere near the frame. He might actually still have been closer to the boundary than to the stumps.
Yeah, unfortunately that's the way he had to go, but he did play a good innings for his team.
Certainly good intent shown. The Atlanta Force All-Stars are not going down without a fight. You still have 28 runs to get in 7 balls. Now look, this man who's coming in now, you saw him bowl earlier, really strong shoulders, without really trying, got short balls up at head height. It would seem that he'd be the type of bowler who could go big down the ground. The type of batter, I mean. Well, can't go big down the ground if you wave and a miss. Last over coming up, 28 runs required.
Still not out of the reach, you know.
End of over number 19. The small matter of 28 runs separates you from victory. Yes, we can stipulate that mathematically it's possible. Is it likely? Probably not. And the last over to be bowled here by Kamarul Rabi, former test bowler. It will not be easy to get them off of him, but you will never go anywhere without trying. And let's see what they can get going here of Kamarul Rabi. Aaron Chantry, 45 from 50. He'll take first strike in this last over.
Coming from such a long run up, let's see what he has to offer here. Ooh.
That is a wide.
Starts off the... All right, maybe we might have a twist and a turn here in this last over. We're starting off with a wide.
What's important is, first of all, this is a wide. And we'll see why it's a wide, because it bounces above the head of the batter when he's in his normal standing position. Aaron Chantry is not very tall, so it's not difficult to get the ball to bounce above his head. But what's also important is he cannot bowl any more short balls in this over. That should be a no ball. And let's see here. The umpires will talk about it. There's a signal. That is a no ball. So that is the point I was just trying to make. You bowl one, that is a wide, and that's one for the over. One short delivery above shoulder height is all you can bowl per over. The next one that you bowl is a no ball. And it would have, again, have been a wide, but of course a no ball supersedes a wide. So
yes, and that brings into play the free hit.
Free
so
hit.
Let's see what Chenchu can do with that free hit. He needs to clear the boundary with it, if anything. Wow.
Swipe and a miss. I will say this, for a former test bowler, that's a pretty ordinary way of starting the over, but he does well with that dot ball to bring things back. So, that dot ball essentially is the first legal delivery of the over. Still have 5 remaining.
Oh.
Might get a run here. Should be a bye if we look at umpire Nuruddin. No, it's a wide. So continuing to be relatively expensive. 1 legal delivery bowled and 4 runs scored in the innings in the over so far.
But look at that. That wide turn the strike over to the captain. So let's see if these big strong shoulders can get something to clear the boundary ropes, because they need 5 more of those.
Oh, he had the clearing the boundary rope swing.
Come on, they need to challenge. And
Had
so they are. Oh!
Take a look here. What is the decision? He's walking off. In fact, umpire Conrad Rogers didn't really need to do anything. Sales Tirani is out by fair distance here.
I mean, a dive would be the only thing to help him in this aspect.
Honestly, a dive would have been overkill.
Almost how?
He was probably a good 6 feet down. So
And he is about?
He's not. A dive would not
he
in
about
any way.
6 feet?
A dive would not have in any way helped
Brian
him.
Waters. Is that batter 6 feet tall? He sure looks like it.
I am 6 feet tall. I might as well have dived from here trying to get to that end, because it would have been about as close.
But an extended bat would make you 6.5 feet tall.
New batter in. Sky is going to be in the air, and that is the 3rd catch. No, that's Shadley Van Skalkvik. So the first catch that he takes for the day. Almost thought it was Sonny Patel there, but he's not going to drop any catches. Shadley Van Skalkvik, really athletic in the field, and there is all sorts of stuff happening here. My computer is smoking, trying to keep up with all the action. Wicket number 6.
Yeah. Great catch by Shadley there.
So the last 3 deliveries, it is now mathematically impossible without any extras for the Atlanta Force All-Stars to win this match. They fought, they gave a good account of themselves, but ultimately the Atlanta Fire 3 legal deliveries away from being undefeated at 4 wins and no losses.
Yeah, they fight. They gave that fight. They're giving it to the Atlanta Fire. They being at the bottom of the table and still contesting with the top seed. I would say for the young team, that's a something to be noteworthy of and to be happy and proud of in the same instance.
So it will be Liam Mamchan. Saw him bowl earlier. Big right arm fast bowler, but he's a left-handed batter. Looking to swing for the fences here. Nothing to lose going for these last 3. Slash and a miss. And it is petering out into a relatively straightforward result here. The Atlanta Force All-Stars, again, fighting gamely, but not quite having the firepower to get them over the top, or at least we're close to being over the top. Last 2 balls coming up.
As Liam takes his mark, you want to make sure he's in front of that wicket so he can swing for the fences. Wasn't able to do it there, just shoveling it off his tie pad.
Well, it's actually off his glove because no signal from umpire. Nope, in that you're absolutely right. The Nuruddin took a while to make the signal, but he's now signaling leg by. So yes, off his thigh pad. Last ball coming up. Liam Amtran. I don't know, if I were him, I probably would have refused that single just so I could face one more ball.
I mean, why can't a run get a 50 here with a 6? Why not?
He would need to take a former test bowler out of the field for a 6 in order to get to 50. Absolutely possible. But let's see what happens on this last ball of the innings. In the air, it's going to land. No, it's going to be taken. That is a great catch coming off of the rope. That is wicket number 7. That is the end of the innings. That is the end of the match. And the Atlanta Fire doing what they needed to do, maybe a little bit more difficult than they thought it would be, but end up winning by 21 runs. Chelsea Douglas, your thoughts about what you've seen as we wait for the scorecard?
A great game of cricket. I enjoyed the fact that these two teams faced up with this pitch here, which had some tricky situations, and still was able to put up a decent enough score of 145 by the Atlanta Fire. And in reply, Atlanta Force, although falling short by 21 runs, they did try to at least get there with everything that they had in them. So as a young team, I see that as something that they should, give themselves a pat on the back for. At least they gave a fight to the top-seeded team of the group.
That's exactly right. So, again, the Atlanta Open presented by Tarik Real Estate. The first game of field number 5 for the day. This is the last day that we're covering or playing multiple grounds. We'll talk about that in a minute. There's this full scorecard. Aran Chenchu leading from the top, 45 from 53, 2 4s and 3 6s. Ridwan Palash, an aggressive cameo, 46 from 31, 4 4s and 2 6s, but didn't quite have enough help. Once again, the third highest score on the scorecard is extra, so you'll want to fix that. But they fought. 124 runs was never going to be enough today.
Yeah, definitely wasn't enough to keep any contest against the Atlanta Fire. I think that last over that they had, where Chadley hit them out the park and added maybe like 12 runs or so, didn't help, but at least they did try.
Player of the match.
So, coming back here to the bowlers as we finish our coverage here on this first game between the Force All-Stars and the Atlanta Fire. Atlanta Fire bowlers, Azim Charania, 4 overs, 1 for 14. Zishan Maksud opening the bowling, 4 overs, 1 for 24. Kamrul Rabi thought was impressive. Good pace. Maybe slightly more expensive than he would have wanted to have been. 4 overs, 3 for 26, those 3 wickets. He won't apologize for those. Look at those 11 dot balls from the pace bowler, so that's a good thing. Your last thoughts about this match, Chelsea, in the next 10 to 15 seconds.
I think going forward, Atlanta Force can take this as a better display they had today with the ball, because in the previous day, yesterday, they struggled greatly. So they had the top team in the power play at 38 runs. So that was an achievement in itself. And picking up a few wickets as they go along and keeping them to a less than normal score for the Atlanta Fire at 145. So they can take that back as something great on their end. And Atlanta Fire showed themselves in the field and containing them to 124 to finish off undefeated thus far.
Completely. So we will say goodnight for the moment from this field, but join us at 2 o'clock local time, at 2:15 maybe local time, 2:30. Let's say just keep watching this channel for the other match coming up from this ground. There's going to be a pretty high stakes match. The Clarion Eagles and Culshare in Group B. It's Clarion Eagles, if you've not seen them before, they are a really power-packed team. Culshare has their work cut out for them. Wrapping up the coverage from field number 5, you will see us here in about, let's say, another 30 minutes or so. See you soon.